To all storytellers and story lovers, my name is Laksh Datta. I host and produce the Jaipur Bites podcast, where you can hear many of the amazing sessions from the Jaipur Literature Festival. I also produce a few other podcasts, as you can see right here. English, Hindi, fiction, non-fiction. If you see something you like, maybe you can take a screenshot of this right now. I'll give you a second. And tune in later. Find them on your favorite podcast app.
Welcome back to the Durbar Hall at the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. Our session today is presented by our official magazine partner, The Week. Will China shape the future of the world? Rana in conversation with Tansen. Was the relationship between China and the world shaped by wars? War with Japan in the late 1930s, the PRC's involvement in Korea in the early 1950s, its border conflict with India in 1962, and the military offensive it launched against Vietnam in 1978 were key events in the history of China's foreign relations. Within this context, how will the relationship between the two rising powers, China and India, and the global leadership of the United States change during the 2020s? As China develops its Belt and Road Initiative, how will it influence the future of Asia and the world? Rana, author of China's Good War, explores how China's new nationalism might structure its relationship with India, the United States and the world. In conversation with Tansen. Rana is director of the China Center at the University of Oxford. His book, China's War with Japan, 1937 to 1945, The Struggle for Survival, was a book of the year for The Economist and Financial Times. His newest book is China's Good War, How War is Shaping a New Nationalism. Tansen is Professor of History, the Director of the Center for Global Asia at NYU Shanghai, and Global Network Professor at NYU. His most recent book is Beyond Pan-Asianism, Connecting China and India, 1840s-1960s, that he co-edited with Brian Sui. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present Will China Shape the Future of the World? Rana in conversation with Tansen. Over to you, Tansen.
Great. Hello, Rana. Nice to have this conversation with you. And we decided, for those of you in the audience, that instead of me asking all the questions to Rana, we'll have a conversation in which he would also ask me questions. And basically, you can join in around 35 minutes from now. And before we get to answer the crucial question that is a theme of today's conversation, I would ask Rana to just talk to us about how he got interested in Chinese studies, Chinese history in particular, and what his experience has been with regard to studying China.
Thanks very much, Tansen. Great to be able to speak to you this morning from actually a very sunny Oxford, England. And I can see the afternoon sky behind you in Shanghai, while plenty of people listening to us in India and around the world. Even in the time of pandemic, truly technology is an astonishing thing. And I think China is a rather relevant answer to part of your question if we turn from the wonders of technology, the strange kind of globalization that we've moved into, and the role of the world's biggest rising power. So I have to say that if I were a smart person, then I would say that, 30 years ago, I could see what was coming. I could see that this, huge Eastern superpowers are rising, but I saw nothing of the sort. That's completely the wrong answer to the question. The right answer to the question is that way back when I was in high school, so, in my late teens, I was very interested in trying to tackle a language. I was very into languages at that time. And I think you know this yourself from your own experience, Tansen. And I thought, what was the most kind of distant language? What was the least connected language I could think of from anything that I knew, in my case, growing up in the south of the UK? And I have to say at that point, China seemed to be very much the answer to that question, partly because actually, if you were a smart person and you were thinking of taking a bet on on East Asia in those days, Japan, not China, was the country that was going to be coming and taking over the world, talking about the late 80s, early 90s. And of course, Japan remains a tremendously important cultural influence. But at that time, China was kind of slightly the eccentric choice, the choice that was slightly outside the mainstream. And I have to say, having started to learn the language at university, then getting into the history, and again, I know that's something you have a really, strong connection with, Tansen, and then finding that actually, even more than with many other countries, knowing the history and understanding where it is in the present and the future are so closely entwined. Well, that combination seemed to me a very, very attractive one. So that was what sort of pulled me in the first place. I should just ask you, Tansen. I mean, you have this amazing grasp of India and China over the very long trajectory through a whole variety of lenses. I don't think I've ever asked you. I'm going to ask you now. What brought you first to China as part of your studies?
Sure. Actually, I didn't have any choice. My parents moved to China when I was 14, and I was pushed into China studies without any idea about what I was doing. So I got involved in studying Chinese language first as an undergraduate, and then getting into history and looking specifically on the early encounters between China and India as part of my master's studies at Peking University. So essentially, I studied China in China, and that gave me a different perspective, which I actually realized when I went to University of Pennsylvania to do my PhD, that I've been looking at China from a very different perspective. And what I was studying in the US gave me another perspective. And now that I'm back in China, as you mentioned, I'm in Shanghai now, I'm getting a totally different perspective, having been here for the last 30 so years, going back and forth. So yeah, I think it's fascinating to look at China. And you're absolutely right. When I was actually studying China and Chinese history, Japan was the key issue, even within China. And that is what you have been working on. Your studies is not just about China, but it's also about Japan. And in your first book is on Manchuria. And then how do you focus on this issue of China and Japan? Because I do China and India, and you do the other side of China and Japan. And have you encountered in this relationship between China and Japan the issue of India?
So I think one of the most interesting things, and perhaps one of the things most relevant to the present day, and actually to, I think, I know our viewers today are all around the world, but a lot of them will be in India, is the not quite triangular relationship, but certainly a very complex relationship between the three biggest countries of Asia, depending on whether you want to count population or economy size. There are a lot of other fantastic places, Indonesia, Vietnam coming up rapidly, but India, Japan, China. Let's just think about those for a moment. I think that one of the areas that is least understood is what these countries think about each other. And I'm going to give you a few thoughts on that, Tansen, but then, sitting where you are in Shanghai, I'd love to have you, reply on that. So one of the things that most fascinated me recently was a survey, and actually it's available online, people can find it, done by the British Council and carried out by Ipsos Mori, which is a really respectable polling organization. So these are good statistics. And they surveyed a whole variety of middle-class Chinese people about what they thought about various countries. I just say, actually, just for a second to take it away from Asia, but you might be interested to know that France actually came top of the list with 85% favorability rate from China's middle-class interviewees. The UK came second. The US is now quite a long way down the line, but who knows what can change. But Japan, that was the one that fascinated me, because the story that perhaps we tend to think of if we read the newspapers, we're reasonably well informed, but don't look perhaps too much below the surface, is China and Japan hate each other. They can't stand each other. These countries have this awful long relationship. And let's be honest, there are some reasons why that might be the case. As you kindly mentioned, somehow I seem to have been attracted over and over again during my life as a researcher to that, often very fractious, often very violent relationship between China and Japan. So the first study I did, which was my PhD thesis at Cambridge under the supervision of the historian Hans van der Ven, was about the Manchuria crisis of the 1930s. And I wanted to look at it not as international relations, which is where it normally gets looked at, but as a grassroots thing. If you're a kind of poor farmer living in this part of northeast China, frozen territory in the winter, and suddenly, this huge Japanese army invades and takes over, what do people think about that? And the answers are often actually quite uncomfortable for nationalists, because of course there are people who get on horseback and bravely resist. There are an awful lot of other people who just get on with their lives. So this made me realize that actually the relationship between these two highly nationalistic countries might be more ambiguous than perhaps people realized. And then over time, I came back and forth between different projects. But I was, in some ways, actually having spent about 10 years of my life with a research team looking at the detail of China's Second World War, the war between China and Japan between 1937 and 1945, has been very illuminating, because it reminds me that actually this period, the Second World War is a period of huge relevance to people all around the world in different ways. But I think China's contribution and China's understanding of how it changed their identity is something that's been in some ways underplayed. So, I could see that this was very important. And of course, the war crimes, the horrors, the rape of Nanking being one of the most famous and horrific ones in 37, 38. These are the things that people tend to remember, and they come up so often in the public discourse, particularly when the two sides are throwing rocks at each other. So when I looked at this British Council survey I've mentioned, I was really interested to see that actually the favorability rating amongst Chinese middle-class people towards Japan was pretty high. It was about 70%. And that, I think, says something else, that yes, the history is not forgotten, but actually Japan's ability to innovate in technology, the sense that, when Chinese tourists go to Japan, and when there isn't a kind of freeze between the two countries, a lot of Chinese do visit Japan, that it's an organized society, that it's got a very communitarian feel, that it's well run, all these sorts of things, they are there too. I have to say, it doesn't run mutually, because I think, if I remember correctly, the number for young Japanese and what they think, middle-class Japanese, including the young, and what they think of China, is close to about 30% favorability. So it's quite different. Just on a note to add India to the mix then. One of the things that I think at the moment is in flux is what I used to say. I'll tell you what I used to say maybe, even 2 or 3 years ago. It's slightly rude towards our Indian friends, so I'm going to be careful when I say it, but I'll say it anyway. And I'm going to say it's changing, which is that when you compare what Indians and Chinese think about each other, Indians tend to fear China, and the Chinese don't really care very much about India. Now, that's quite a naughty thing to say, but I'll try and get myself forgiven by saying that actually I think that's changing. First of all, I think that I think there is still fear about China for a variety of reasons, and the whole Galwan incident, incident, we're talking about deaths. It's a serious thing. And then, of course, the debate, Huawei, should it be allowed into the Indian economy or not, hasn't actually, I think, officially been banned, but I think the likelihood is pretty low. So, the question of real caution is there. But also, I just get a sense more and more that India is thinking more in its institutions and its government, its universities, about having to understand China as well. More people learning Chinese, more people going to study in China and actually drinking that in. And I do also have a sense, and I want to throw this back to you now, Tansen, because you're right there in China, and you tell us that actually India is being taken more seriously by China, not necessarily in sense of a kind of, I always thought this rather overwritten idea that India and China, two big countries, will become allies and take over the world. That's not going to happen. But the sense that India is a major security actor, that it's a potential economic partner for a whole variety of things. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization, this big kind of defense, security, trade organization, a bit shallow in some ways, but also wide-ranging, and India and China both very much part of that. I see a new sort of seriousness about India amongst a lot of Chinese think tankers that I talk to. Does it seem that way to you?
Yeah, that's certainly true. It's not only the think tanks, the state itself, which is closely associated with many of the think tanks, takes India seriously. I think the previous argument that China does not take India seriously is no longer true. I think they understand. Perhaps this has to do with a strong government in India itself, nationalist, it may be, but that has been the case for the last 5-6 years. And I see that among people who work in the think tanks and present issues about India in various conferences and workshops. But the more interesting is the issue about, as you were pointing out, the grassroots. I think the grassroots Chinese are also thinking about India very differently than was the case when I came first to China in the 1980s. There is absolutely a huge interest in Bollywood. Amir Khan is very, very popular here. But also Buddhism is something that I have worked on previously. And these are Han elite Buddhists who are quite interested in going to India and looking at India. There's also an interest among travelers. There are lots of individual travelers going to India and writing about their experience, about going through different parts of India, looking at the spiritual aspect of India. So I think in different levels, there's engagement with India, and it may be a state engagement, a think tank engagement. What fascinates me coming to China is the common people, the grassroots engagement with India, imagination of India, traveling to India, doing yoga and thinking about yoga as one of the Indian contributions to contemporary China is really fascinating. So I see that, but as you are pointing out, the surveys point out that there is generally a negative perception of India among the Chinese, and the same with Indians having a negative perception of China. I mean, this I think has to do with, and then perhaps you can tell us if this is true between China and Japan, is lack of understanding. Still, there's a lack of understanding in India about China, about India in China as well. So I don't know if that is true in the case of China and Japan. It's the information that goes back and forth. I think there's a problem between India and China about this kind of information flow.
So I think that question of information flow that you just brought up, that's a really good way to put it, because I think that gets to the heart of one of the concepts that I think that Asia, broadly speaking, is going to have to think about when we move into the new, new era, whatever that is, that's already emerging, where Asia is, already a huge part of the economic beating heart of the world economy, and also in terms of a whole variety of security questions that have yet to be resolved. If we think about the European Union, the fact that Britain has just recently Brexited and left the EU, I think is beginning to make people realize that actually an awful lot of the kind of informal connections, the back and forth, the fact of, business people, media, politicians, just ordinary people kind of interacting with each other, ripping out a section of that actually, creates a loss in terms of networks. In a weird way, Asia, of course, in some senses, has been networked for centuries, and Buddhism, which you know a great deal about, is you might regard it as lots of things, but it's also one of the great networking institutions, you might say, of the past 2 millennia or more. But getting back to how that I think affects the way that these countries think about each other today, there's never really been a network that enables Japan, China, and India to talk to each other in that kind of very detailed, very engaged way that, say, the North Atlantic countries, even across the Atlantic with the United States and Northwest Europe, for a whole variety of reasons to do with the way in which essentially America took over Western Europe after World War II. And that's one of the things that my book, China's Good War, which was kindly mentioned at the beginning, tries to explain. The way I do it is a concept, and I throw it at you if I may, Tansen, and see if I get your thoughts on this. It's a concept that I call circuit of memory. And what I mean by that is that actually, more than people understand, shared historical memory doesn't have to be good, it can be bad, but shared historical memory of events that brought people together into the same arena can actually have a very long afterlife in terms of the way that people think about things. And I think, in a sense, the whole history of post-war Europe has been about a shared circuit of memory that, Second World War, horrific fight against the evil of the Nazis, genocide, and then finally defeat of that and the installation of democracy and liberal values. There are lots of hypocrisies and flaws in that story, but overall it's a recognizable one. That's not the story of post-World War II in Asia. It might have been in different circumstances, but because 1945, the end year of World War II, was followed by Indian independence, by Japan becoming essentially a kind of, alliance state of the US, and China having its communist revolution, the circuits of memory about World War II, the way in which these countries thought about their World War II experience, was never really shared. So Japan essentially was able to rewrite its story of itself as a country that, of course, had done terrible wrong through its war in Asia, but had been essentially redeemed by being taken over by the Americans and turned into a liberal democracy, which, of course, it is today. Japan is a free and democratic society, and occasional Chinese criticisms that's not the case, I think, are not to be taken too seriously. India then, of course, had its own post-1947 independence story, which, to be honest, probably didn't draw very much on the wartime experience because it was about making a new start. And to me, most intriguingly of all, China, the country which, let's remember, during those World War II years, fought longer than any other Allied power, 8 years, lost over 10 million, maybe as many as 14 million dead, civilian and military, had 80 to 100 million of its own people become refugees, and of course held down over 500,000 troops, Japanese troops, until the Allies came along 4.5 years later at Pearl Harbor. Almost none of that was discussed during the era of Chairman Mao, because it involved something that we can now say in China, we know, but in the past was difficult to say, which was about the participation of the other side, the non-communists, the Kuomintang nationalists of Chiang Kai-shek. And I know this is particularly relevant to where you're sitting now, Tansen, because last year, Chinese viewers will certainly know that there was this movie, Ba Bai, The 800, massive hit. I don't know if you went to see it yourself, 300 million US dollars at the box office. Basically, a bunch of Chinese soldiers in World War II fighting to the last stand against the Japanese invaders in 1937. But of course, they're not communist soldiers. They're nationalist soldiers. And the fact this movie was first actually banned for a while, but then released to great acclaim in China, shows, I think, the ambiguity about this story. So my final thought on this is this. Because I think that China, Japan, India have essentially been having very inwardly directed conversations about the legacy of that past since 1945. It's been much more difficult for them to see each other as part of that kind of network, that nexus. And while I think there's beginning to be a greater sharing of some of that modern history, the wounds still run quite deep in certain ways. So I find myself wondering, and this is really a question for you as an expert, Tansen, can other things, can you to mention yoga, but can religious institutions, can Buddhism, can any other factor be found that might create new sorts of networks between the societies as they become richer, more powerful, and more of the world's center of gravity moves towards them?
Yeah, I'll answer it. Yes, there are possibilities. But before I get into that, when I was reading your book, I was reminded about the similarities that you are writing about China and Japan, war, memory, and changing narratives. Something similar was happening or is happening between China and India with regard to the 62 war. We have a Buddhist connections that is part of the memory and part of the narrative. But the narrative and the memory of the 62 war is quite different in India and China. The Indians are aware of the 62 war. It's played in the media. It's part of movies. That was not the case. I think that was a similar thing that we are pointing out with regard to the Mao period, China-Japan relations. We're not aware of the 62 war. It did not matter that much, but that's coming back, with what happened in Ladakh with the death of Chinese soldiers. That memory and that narrative is being created. So I was wondering if there were comparisons to be made between war, memory, narrative in the case of China-Japan relations and India-China relations as well. I think that would be a fascinating way to compare how wars are perceived, seen, narrated, and the memory lingers on in the groups of people in both countries. I think it would be a fascinating comparison to be made. But with regard to your question about are there new networks that can be created? Yes, I think they already exist. They need to be encouraged. I mean, there are about 10,000 Indian students studying medicine in China. I mean, that's a fabulous number of people, Indians who are now complaining that they can't come back to China because of COVID, and they want to get a degree from here. That's one network. I mean, 10,000 students in China, I mean, that didn't happen in the 80s. I remember there were only 2 Indian families outside the embassy in the 80s. But, things have changed. How do we use that network is the question, right? The Buddhist network is really fascinating. These are Han Chinese who practice Tibetan Buddhism and want to go on pilgrimage. They rent the luxury train in Bihar and go about going around pilgrimage. Individual travelers. I mean, these are the networks. Even the social media, I think, is a network that Indians and Chinese can really engage with each other. I think we should be promoting that. Those networks exist. And we need to encourage them. I think I think something similar may also exist between Chinese and Japanese, right? I mean, various kinds of networks that are not state-run, essentially.
I think that's right. I mean, between China and Japan, there's still a significant amount of educational interchange, and certainly for Chinese academics to go to Japan is still, pretty normal. Indeed, for a certain number of Japanese academics to come to China as well. There's often actually also a kind of shorthand that Chinese and Japanese use about each other, which is cold politics, hot economy. And it's worth noting that even at the worst time of Chinese-Japanese relations, and even now, the Japanese get understandably very angry about the fact that their perception is, well, not perception, the reality is that their, our kind of Chinese Coast Guard vessels are around disputed islands. The Chinese obviously take a different view of this, but, Japan's views, I think, are quite clear. Even when all that is going on, they're still huge trade partners with each other. Just within the last few weeks, we've seen, for instance, that some of the biggest Japanese corporations like Matsushita are investing further in the the Chinese market. And in addition to that, of course, the signing off of institutions such as RCEP, the Regional Common Economic Partnership, show that actually we can expect to some extent a deepening of the free trade relationships and other economic connections between the various factors. The big question, of course, and this is one of the things that, really is both crucial and imponderable, is how far the various defense and security oriented issues, cautions, fears, let's be honest, between India, China, and Japan may come up against the fact that these are three huge economies which also desperately want to do business with each other as well. And is it a question of either or can these two stories be integrated with each other in certain sorts of ways? I mean, as I've said, one of the ways that China these days is, I think, trying to define a more benevolent, or at least one might say sort of morally positive definition of its own role in the region, is by going back to 1945 and World War II. And the way they're doing it, and you hear this, I mean, most recently, I think last week, Foreign Minister Wang Yi of China was giving a speech somewhere, intended for a foreign audience. And he used a line which I keep hearing over and over again, and actually is discussed in my book, which is, you, meaning foreigners, should remember that China was the first signatory to the United Nations Charter back in 1945. In other words, China is saying to America in particular, look, you guys think that you invented the 1945 world order? Not at all. We were there as well. China was one of the first, 5 countries that was part of that, along with the UK, France, and the Soviet Union. It was, of course, nationalist China, not communist China at that time, but we keep a little bit, kind of careful about mentioning that. But in terms of the narrative, the idea of the ownership of that institution, it is very important, I think, in contemporary Chinese minds. And also, I think there's sometimes a little element of pointing out, obliquely to India and Japan that you may be very big, powerful countries, but you are not founder members of the United Nations or permanent 5 Security Council countries. Well, so there's a little bit of sort of subtle one-upmanship, I think, going on there as well. And this Second World War history is very much part of that.
Rana, we have a couple of minutes before we ask the audience.
Sure.
I mean, audience, you can type in your questions in the chat box.
Please
and both of us can answer your questions. But the question that was raised as a panel, will China shape the future of the world? Before we get to the world, do you think China will shape the future of Asia? There was a discourse between Chinese, Indians, and Japanese in Tokyo in the early 20th century, where many Chinese intellectuals were engaging with Indians. That was a fascinating period, I think, when all these 3 groups of intellectuals came together. About an Asian century, right? I mean, that has been emphasized over and over again, including the 1950s. It comes up again. But do you think China will shape the future of Asia before we get to the global part with its Belt and Road Initiative?
I think that it will, but with one important exception. So it will shape it in the shape that, economics is not the only power, but it's a very important power. And when you look at the trading relationship of pretty much every single country in the Asia Pacific region, I won't necessarily count India at this point, China is the major partner. And when we think about path dependency, so for instance, the fact that in so many countries in Southeast Asia and in South Asia too, actually, Huawei, ZTE, big Chinese tech majors are being essentially given the contracts to provide the infrastructure. And once it's in, you probably don't change that. It's very, as Britain is finding, which has decided to go against Huawei, you'd have to spend a lot of money to get it all out again. So, these are decisions that have years, maybe even decades of significance. And by doing that, I think China is being quite shrewd in terms of the way in which it's looking to lay down the footprint. But there's one area, and I think it is one of the areas where China still continues to be really, really keen to try and win, and I think fails, is soft power. In other words, the idea, not that China is respected or that China, is taken seriously because of its economic power, but that people feel that, doing things the Chinese way is the way that we want to do that. And I think there are 2 reasons for that. The first one is that China kind of wants to have it both ways. It's always saying that, this great phrase that you'll know from childhood, I think, Tansen, 有中国特色的, with Chinese characteristics. We do socialism, but with Chinese characteristics. We do, culture, but with Chinese characteristics. And it's very difficult to tell people that you're doing something that's so distinctive that nobody who's, not Chinese could get into it, but also it's for everyone. I mean, that's hard to balance in that sense. And also, to be honest, the top-down nature of Chinese politics and society at the moment is not always very attractive to the outside world. Places like Indonesia, free, lively, very turbulent democracies, of course they want Chinese tech. Of course they want Chinese investment. Of course they're very happy to have Chinese tourists or business people. But to actually change society, which is in a form which they've fought for very hard for many, many years, to make it more like the very top-down, system in China, that is really not going to, I think, be attractive in that sense. So I think the ability of China to get itself respected in the world is, a work in progress that's actually, I think, receiving quite a lot of success. The ability of China to be loved in the world, I think that so far this is a work that is much, much further behind in terms of progress.
Yeah, I don't know if you have seen Tim Winter's book on Belt and Road Initiative, where he coins this term heritage diplomacy. And he argues that China uses this heritage diplomacy to smooth its international image. Exactly what you are saying. It seems like it comes out as a hard power, but with the Belt and Road Initiative, he's arguing it's actually a heritage diplomacy where underwater archaeology and other things are being used to essentially smooth its image in an international arena.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've not seen the particular book, but the idea is one that I've clearly seen that. And also you see, everything from big exhibitions at museums, including the British Museum. And by the way, China deciding to actually send some of its great heritage to, a big museum in Bombay or in Delhi or in Kolkata, wherever it is, that would, I think, be potentially a very interesting move. But overall, I think it's still looking through the wrong end of the telescope, because where the soft power really comes from is not top down. It's not sort of government saying, yes, we will lend you our artifacts. It's about, you mentioned Bollywood at the beginning. Bollywood obviously is a huge industry and it's not unconnected with the official line on things sometimes. But, it is a popular art form that has achieved success in India and around the world because people love it. Similarly, America, back in the Cold War, blue jeans, rock and roll, Coca-Cola, all this sort of stuff. And also the feeling in all the places that have the biggest soft power, India, I think is in many ways one of those, South Korea, Japan, actually countries like Britain, the Beatles, whatever, and the US, is that they have something a little bit kind of edgy, a little bit dangerous, a little bit turbulent, a little bit kind of letting it all go. That's what people often say, oh, we want kind of neat, nice order. And of course, that's true in many cases. But because there's nothing rough at the edges about what China's offering, it's all about exhibitions. It's all about, everything kind of neatly packaged with everything from the history to the politics, being laid down the line. It's very impressive, but it doesn't create soft power. It just doesn't.
Yeah. Well, there's a question there which is relevant about coronavirus. So, as you can read, do you think the coronavirus has helped China with its? I think it means help China with regard to its soft power because of the early recovery and perhaps also for the vaccines. Do you see that?
I think that the COVID-19 pandemic has cut both ways for China. In terms of positives for China, after an initial series of really quite bad stumbles, it is clear, and you're sitting in Shanghai, so you tell me, Tansen, that in terms of domestic control of the virus, China seems to have done a pretty effective job, as long as it keeps its borders closed. And I think this is something that's going to be difficult over the long term because, China does need people coming in and out as a kind of global economy to succeed. And, anywhere in the world, people are not going to sit for 14 days in a quarantine hotel before they can actually go to their 3-hour business meeting. So, that's going to be, I think, a longer term problem. And it will take a while for the vaccine to roll out. In addition, there's vaccine diplomacy that in places like the Middle East and elsewhere seems to have had a certain amount of success. But the downside, I think, and it's real, is that I think that there is a danger that this is going to close China off more in the medium term, because actually the kind of China that it seems that China wants to be, tech enabled, genuinely global economy, cannot, I think, do that and literally sit behind, well, essentially walls that have been built up because of the need to try and keep the outside world out. These are, in the end, I think, two incompatible aims. And in the end, there's some really, I think, tough decisions. Every country has to make them, but China, is less transparent than most, perhaps, on them, on how much you open up and how much you say we've got this situation where the virus is stable and we can use vaccines to control it. I have a suspicion that the weight might fall on the balance in a different place in China compared to, say, where it would in the United States or indeed even in India. But right now, it seems to me that decision is being deferred rather than being really clearly made. So I think the jury is kind of out on that part.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, I came from the US in August and I had to go through the 14 days of quarantine. And it is actually very nicely managed. I mean, where you go, how many tests you have to do, and then you get out of quarantine. But they realize that this can't continue. I mean, they have been allowing people to come back, especially people who do business, foreigners who do business in China, and they have in fact also allowed NYU Shanghai students, foreign students, to come back. So as an experiment to see what happens with the spread of coronavirus. So they are controlling it, and they realize that this control cannot last forever. At some point, they have to open it up. And there's an issue with vaccines as well. I think the issue is within China domestically that very few people are actually taking the vaccines because the coronavirus does not exist in China. So there's no fear among the people here to get the vaccine as quickly as possible, unlike in the US or
that's a very good point, actually. The urgency perhaps feels less.
Yeah, and people think they are out of that stage now, but I think the government is taking steps to control as much as possible, but they can't, as you point out, sustain this in the longer term. They would like to open up. There are some more questions. You want to take one of them? Niharika, do you believe that China's sensitivities arise from struggles dating back to the Opium War? This is the national humiliation thing, and their mistrust against Westerners.
Yeah, let's answer that question, because actually it speaks to history and its importance in the present day. So I think the short answer to the question is yes, absolutely. I think that this, and just for those who don't know, a term that you heard perhaps more in the early 20th century, but still comes back even quite a bit today, is this idea that China suffered 100 years of national humiliation between the Opium Wars of the 1830s and 40s through to the end of essentially World War II, a succession of invasions and occupations and basically successful attempts by foreign imperial powers to constrain China, not to turn it into a full colony like India, but nonetheless make sure it did not have freedom of maneuver in the way that an independent country actually would. And that's one of the reasons, again, that, the World War II example that I talk about in China's Good War is so important, because the Chinese themselves, and again, I think I'm quoting no less a figure than Xi Jinping himself, I think, said that China's Second World War, the War of Resistance against Japan, as they would call it, was the first occasion where China took on a foreign invader in the modern era and won. And that's a really important distinction, because, of course, the Opium War is a story about loss. The invasion of Manchuria, a story about loss. So all of these are examples of how the outside world, in Chinese eyes, for good reasons, has been often a very hostile force. And yes, I think the frank answer is that it goes some way to explaining why official China still does tend to be very wary and talk in extremely kind of fierce terms about foreign interference, invasion, occupation. Now, I should say straight out at this point that I think a great deal of that is far too overwritten, and that China also needs to think about the way that it presents itself to the world and understand that outside powers talking about how China ought to change in certain ways is not foreign interference. It's part of the natural discourse that global powers have with each other. And if you don't believe me on that, then think about the way in which rightly the world talked to the United States about George Floyd, the horrific killing there. And it was quite right that countries, including China, spoke out about that. So all of that, I think, is the way in which China has taken that humiliation from the past when it was weak, and in some ways is still using it, even though now it's very far from weak. It's an extremely strong country in terms of economy, military, and security.
Exactly, and I think this is for the domestic and international audiences. It's not just an international audience that they are using national humiliation narrative. The other question that is quite relevant here is about India and China. Can they work together to mitigate the environmental issue? And perhaps even Japan joins in. Can India, China, and Japan work together perhaps to mitigate this issue about environmental problems that we are facing?
I think that the hope is greater now that President Biden has put the United States back into the Paris Climate Change Agreement because, and of course, this year we have COP15, which China will host, and COP26, which the UK will host. So chance for two countries, I think, to have some interesting dialogues. I think the chances have risen again because during that period under President Trump, when the US said, we're not interested in this, it gave the perfect excuse for other countries, India, China, Japan, and plenty of others too, to say, well, if the US isn't going to do this, why on earth should we? Now that the US is back in, the argument that actually this is something collective, even though China-US relations are not fantastically good at the moment, I think it does provide an opportunity because there is a selfish interest, nothing very altruistic about it, on the part of China and India in massively mitigating the effects of climate change. Think about China's capital, Beijing. It's basically on the Gobi Desert. It is a city that is suffering greatly from the reality of climate change in China itself. India also suffering a huge number of climate change issues that are going to affect farming, which of course is currently a very sensitive political issue in India, as you might say. Japan is also a big polluter that needs to bring its levels down, but it's in a slightly different situation because, again, its demographics mean that in a sense the Japanese economy, but slowly but surely, is going to shrink over time, over a bit longer time. So of course for China, since its demographics are going to change very much, particularly in about 10 years from now onwards. But during that period, yes, I think it's inevitable there will have to be serious conversations, and the fact that the US is back in the game, I think, is an important shove in the direction of more cooperation.
On that topic and bringing back the question we had, can China, by focusing on environmental issue, shape the future of the world?
Potentially. I mean, in certain areas, including things like green technologies, solar technologies, and so forth, there is, I think, a lot of actually very genuine attempts in terms of both technology and intention to address questions of climate change. China also needs to sort out some of the areas where it's basically cutting against that narrative in some flawed ways. For instance, on the China-Pakistan economic corridor, it is selling coal-fired power plants to Pakistan. This is not a green thing to do, and I'm sure that Pakistan would be very happy to have some more of that actually very impressive Chinese green tech, even if it's rather more expensive to supply. So I think anomalies like that will have to be sorted out. But is there a role for that side of China's technology and intentions? Sure, of course.
Okay. So we have about 3 minutes left. I mean, is there anything that you want to bring up that we should be thinking about as China moves and creates a new future for all of us?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll give a brief reflection, but I want to leave enough time to get your response to it as well, Tansen. So my feeling is that right now we are at a moment, and I say we meaning the entire world, where the rise of China and its meaning is still capable of more than one interpretation. And I think that China has a duty here. It's got to actually prove that it is a genuinely cooperative power that is interested in not just climate change, but also in areas where sometimes it will have to compromise, as a great power does, in areas like maritime and territorial disputes. So India, South China Sea, all these sorts of areas. We need to hear less of the wolf warrior rhetoric from China and more of the cooperative side of these issues. Otherwise, China should not be surprised if the rest of the world becomes frightened and decides essentially to find ways to contain China. But the rewards for China to take the other path are very, very great. If it can find a way to move away from wolf warriorism and towards a genuinely more cooperative stance, then actually, there is a very good argument. And someone kindly in the chat mentioned an article I've published in this month's Foreign Affairs magazine. Feel free to check that out, in which it is not possible for China simply to be defined by the wishes of its geopolitical rivals, particularly the United States. It's not to say that those rivals are wrong or that they don't have their own rights, but that China, of course, has some right to self-definition as well. And I think China needs to get itself in a better position where it can actually have some sort of discourse that goes beyond rhetoric and language to actually saying what it really wants to do in terms of hearing what the rest of the world says and engaging with it. My final thought is that too often China's language about itself in the world goes from very saccharine to very shrill, and it needs to find a spot in the middle, which so far it has failed to do, but it is capable of doing so. But how does it seem to you, Tansen?
Yeah, I totally agree with this. I think the wolf warrior mentality is being a problem when the diplomats taking on to the Twitter and creating lots of problems and creating this image that China is still a threat is very problematic. And then they have, as you're pointing out, means to not do that. I mean, even the Belt and Road Initiative can be worked out in a way in which it is so-called win-win for all the sides. And I think that is something for the Chinese government to think deeply and see how they can manage the rhetoric and then help others, which I mean they are perhaps trying to do in Africa, and try to come up with a different kind of not only practical things but also a narrative that should be soft rather than hard. And I think that balancing of narrative is something that needs to be worked out by the Chinese government. And I think that's where perhaps we should say that the future is perhaps more optimistic if they are able to come to that terms. And perhaps you would agree with that.
Let's hope so. Let's hope so.
So I would thank you, Rana, for this conversation. And I think we should have more of these conversations that would link China, India, and Japan. So thank you very much. And thank you to the Jaipur Lit Festival as well, those of us who helped have this conversation between Rana and me.
Thanks very much, everyone. Great to have you here.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Rana and Tansen, for that enlightening and relevant conversation. We'd also like to thank our official magazine partner, The Week, and our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a supportive audience. Do stay logged on with us to watch other sessions that we've specially curated for you. Do also remember to pick up your copy of the book from the Amazon online bookstore. And if you're in the mood for some retail therapy, do check out our merchandise partners, Earth Fables. Please do tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and tag us at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. We hope to see you soon.
To all storytellers and story lovers, my name is Laksh Tata. I host and produce the Jaipur Bites podcast, where you can hear many of the amazing sessions from the Jaipur Literature Festival. I also produce a few other podcasts, as you can see right here. English, Hindi, fiction, non-fiction. If you see something you like, maybe you can take a screenshot of this right now. I'll give you a second. And tune in later. Find them on your favorite podcast app.
Hello all, my name is Kanishka Gupta and I'm a literary agent, writer and publishing commentator based out of New Delhi. I set up Writer's Side in 2009 when agenting was relatively new to India. and homegrown agents such as myself were viewed with a lot of suspicion, indifference, and at times even hostility by writers and publishers alike. In the last few years, I've made giant strides in the agenting space and have gone on to represent many breakout debut writers and public figures across genres, in particular literary fiction, translations, non-fiction. I also represent a lot of writers from Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and other countries from the subcontinent. The pandemic has been a very difficult time for all of us in publishing, and I am no exception. As you know, publishing is a relationship-driven industry, and because of the lockdowns and social distancing, I could not meet like any of my authors, publishers, editors. It was difficult to pivot from in-person meetings and conversations to Zoom calls and conversations. Although many of us in publishing succeeded in doing that. In March 2020, my longtime editor at school, Arnava Sinha, asked me to write a piece on the immediate impact of the first lockdown on publishing. What was meant to be a one-off piece ended up turning into this gigantic series called Publishing in the Pandemic, which is still ongoing, although we've reduced the number of articles that we publish every week. We've covered all aspects and stakeholders in publishing, sharing their stories of resilience, innovation, and sometimes even tragic closures.
We all have a choice. What's yours gonna be? Walk on, walk far. Keep going. That's me. Shake off the past. We're on our way to be free. Break loose. Do it now. Keep going. That's me. Get back where we belong. Melt yesterday away. Tomorrow will be new. There is no other way. Keep going. That's me. Laugh again, meet again, tell the world there's just so much to say. And now we're done waiting. And now we're done waiting. That's me. That's me. Keep going. That's me. That's me. That's me. We all have a choice. What's yours gonna be? Walk into the future. Keep going. That's me.
मुश्किल समय में हमें आपके सपोर्ट की सख्त जरूरत है।
आपका सहयोग हजारों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है।
आप हमें अपनों से डोनेशन नहीं, काम चाहिए। हमारा हाथ थामिए,
हमारा साथ चलिए,
हमें और हमारी कला को जिंदा रखने के लिए
अपना सहयोग दीजिए।
लोगों ने सालों से प्यार दिया, सम्मान दिया, अब हमारे कारीगरों को काम दीजिए।
Support the artisans, save the craft.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world.
With everybody locked down in their homes, in their countries, the Jaipur Literature Festival saw this as an opportunity to reinvent, to reimagine and represent itself in a digital format.
And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers, there's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggy Fort and Diggy Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
With people happy to experience festivals in the comfort of their homes, we will offer that to you. And to all those who will come out and experience the live version on the ground in the Diggy Palace, in the Diggy in Jaipur, we will be delighted to welcome you there.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
Delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol. This session is presented by our festival partner, European Union. Night boat to Tangier. Kevin Barry in conversation with Cauvery Madhavan. Kevin Barry, who won the International Dublin Literary Award, gives us another gripping novel in Night Boat to Tangier, the unsentimental story of two hardcore brash-duck peddlers waiting at a ferry terminal in the Spanish port of Algeciras. Maurice and Charlie, partners in crime and violence, have their own share of anxieties, the immediate one being their need to track Dilly, Maurice's absconding daughter who might be a passenger in a ferry. Their outbursts to each other pick up incidents that leave the reader in a state of suspense and expectation. Barry creates a noir setting that is filled with rich surprises, his language unfurling the warped minds of two despicable men who draw one's sympathy rather than disdain. In conversation with the author is Cauvery Madhavan, a novelist who was born in India but now lives in Ireland. Her latest book is The Tainted. Kevin Barry is the author of the novels Night Boat to Tangier, Beetlebone and City of Buhan, and 3 short story collections, That Old Country Music, Dark Lies the Island, and There Are Little Kingdoms. His award includes the Impact Award, the Goldsmiths Prize, the Sunday Times, EFG Short Story Prize, the European Union Prize for Literature, the Rooney Prize for Irish Literature. Cauvery Madhavan was born in India and moved to Ireland 33 years ago. She is the author of 3 books of fiction titled Paddy Indian, The Uncoupling, and her latest book, The Tainted, which has received much critical acclaim. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section on your screens. Ladies and gentlemen, now presenting Night Boat to Tangier, Kevin Barry in conversation with Cauvery Madhavan.
Hello, everybody from all over the world watching this episode of the Jaipur Literary Festival. I am so honored and absolutely delighted to be introducing Kevin Barry, one of Ireland's favorite writers, to all of you today. Kevin is the author of several novels. We're going to be discussing his latest, The Night Boat to Tangier, but he's also written Beetlebone, The City of Bahan, and 3 short story collections, That Old Country Music, Dark Lies the Island, and There Are Little Kingdoms. He has several stage and screen plays to his credit, as well as radio plays for RTE and BBC. He has won the Impact Award, the Goldsmith Prize, the European Union Prize for Literature, the Rooney Prize for Irish Literature, and the BBC Northern Ireland Drama Award, amongst many, many other accolades. He is also the co-editor and publisher of the annual anthology Winter Papers. And Kevin is coming to us live from Sligo in the really beautiful northwest of Ireland. You're so welcome, Kevin.
Thank you so much, Cauvery. Thanks for doing the conversation.
Kevin, in preparation for this interview, I reread The Night Boat to Tangier. And I have to say, I just once again found myself absolutely caught up in this whirlwind of contradictory emotions. Because it's such a funny and yet menacing book. It's a tragedy and a comedy about the loves and lives of these 2 absolute dirty, rotten scoundrels, Morris and Charlie. Now, I was actually at that fantastic reading that you did on Reddy Island for the West Cork Literary Festival. And I was wondering, if you could just do that again for our listeners, because it was just so wonderful to hear you read your own work.
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe just, tell us a little bit about the book and then set the scene for the reading.
For sure. Yeah. So Morris and Charlie are 2 Irish gangsters, a little past their best, maybe in their early 50s or so. One of their daughters, Dilly, has been missing for a few years. They know she's in the south of Spain, and they somehow have information that she is about to pass through the ferry port at Algeciras, where the boats depart for Tangier. I'll just read the first page or so from the novel, just to give a very brief flavour. Chapter 1: The Girls and the Dogs, at the port of Algeciras in October 2018. Would you say there's any end in sight, Charlie? I'd say you nearly have an answer to that question already, Morris. 2 Irishmen, sombre in the dank light of the terminal, make gestures of long sufferance and woe. They are born to such gestures and offer them easily. It is night in the old Spanish port of Algeciras. Oh, and this is as awful a place as you could muster. You'd want the eyes sideways in your head. The ferry terminal has a haunted air, a sinister feeling. It reeks of tired bodies and dread. There are scraps of frayed posters, the missing. There are customs announcements, the narco-trafficante. A blind man roils in night sweat and clicks his teeth to sell lottery tickets like a fat, rattling serpent. He's doing nothing for the place. The Irishmen look out blithely at the faces that pass by in a blur of the 7 distractions: love, grief, pain, sentimentality, avarice, lust, and want of debt. And I guess those 7 distractions are kind of what occupy the book in lots of ways. I'm very blatantly announcing the book's themes on page 2, I think, with that sentence I concluded on there.
Yeah, well, for me, I tell you, when rereading it for the second time, when I read the line that said "habla mi hole," I just thought, yes, I'm back in it again. It was so fantastic. So I'm actually going to go sort of further on into the book, Kevin, and sort of halfway through the book, Morris tells Charlie, we are a very anxious people. Yeah, referring to Irish people, we're very, very anxious people. And then just even in one of your short stories, The Coast of Leitrim, which I absolutely love, you say that the character in that short story, Seamus Ferris, that he was tormented by his own happiness. So do you think, in Ireland and Irish people, are we always afraid of getting above our station? Are we cursed with being afraid of happiness? And is that the golden nugget from which writers mine their stories? Do you think
there is always an element in Irish life, I think, of what I think of as the bucket of crabs. When one crab starts to claw up the side of the bucket, the other crabs pull it back down. People ask often why is there so much really world-class Irish writing, and what makes us a nation of writers. I think it's the weather is very significant. To live on the edge of the black Atlantic Ocean, and with that constant schizophrenic weather coming in, makes us skittish and quite a nervous people, I think. But it's interesting. Why does anyone write stories? Why do we write books? And you don't really write because you're happy and it's everything is going wonderfully. Generally people write out of puzzlement at their human condition, out of anxieties. Anxiety is a very useful feed for creative work, out of nervousness at our tentative place in the world. So yeah, it's always seems slightly reductive to me to play up the weather of the place so much, but I do think it has a great effect on the Irish temperament and character.
Absolutely,
it's a very dreary country a lot of the year. It's wet and grey and dull and murky. So we need to tell each other stories to keep ourselves occupied and entertained.
Yeah. And I know that you've said that what goes on under the surface of the talk is actually the real thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, are we in Ireland always kind of, are we always sort of indulging in doublespeak?
There's an element of it. I mean, I think Irish people like to talk, and we're good at it. We love the sounds of our own voices. But for all that, sometimes we say very little. And there's a lot of tension just underneath the surface of the talk. And as a writer of stories, as a fiction maker, that's often where you find your stories, in what's not being said. Beneath all this barrage of glorious talk that's going on, the little reticence that's there, and then the silent kind of power battles that go on between people in conversation. There's a lot of talk in my stories. There's a lot of dialogue in my stories. It's one of the main engines, I guess, for my stories. So it's
and I think that's what people love about your books, and certainly for me that was, and also the beautiful way in which you write in the vernacular. It's just sort of it just brings you straight back. Where you are when you're reading your stories and your books.
Like
the vernacular tone.
The English language that we use in Ireland is a kind of a beautiful mongrel, it's our own twisted, mangled version of the language that has lots of going on in the way the sentences are formed. There's the underlay of another language, of Irish, in the way that we form sentences in an unusual way. But also it was very evident, like when I was writing my first novel. Not the first I wrote, but the first to be published, City of Bohan. And I was, even though it's an invented city in the 2050s, I was working really with working class speech from the cities I grew up in, Limerick and Cork. And it struck me that it's such a great resource for a writer. It's such a rich, kind of ripe and rude idiom. It's a glorious kind of treasure chest to delve into, to make your stories from.
Absolutely, and I, in a way, I nearly feel sorry for people coming to Ireland, in sort of recent years, because I just think, oh my God, I have a 30-year head start on having understood the English Irish, the sort of the Irish English, sorry, not the English Irish, the Irishisms are, it would just do your head in, when you first come and you just.
Did you struggle? Did you struggle initially, Cauvery?
A little bit, because you'd go to a pub and somebody would say grand and you just wonder what, grand what,
Yeah.
and I mean just the way you said it, or
Yeah.
the tilt of your chin or whatever could completely change the meaning of one simple word. So, but I
and
find it amusing now.
Tone is very tricky sometimes. In the way Irish people use it. So, for example, if you're talking to a Cork person, like Maurice and Charlie from Cork, and if you ask them, "Would you go to the store for me?" and if they say, "I would," yeah, that means no.
I know.
We use a kind of an ironic kind of tone.
That's right. Yeah.
That probably takes a lot of getting used to.
Yeah. So Kevin, what I wanted to ask you was, you have so many, you have a good collection of books under your belt. You've got, screenplays. You've done radio plays. You've written scripts. You would have movies out. So I was actually very struck by something that Maurice and Charlie, you say of them. They're sitting very restlessly on a bench waiting at the port. And then you say, and I quote, they are at the high vantage atop the stack of their years. They are old enough for the long view in either direction now. I'm just wondering, Kevin, are you at that place now? Are you at that place where you're able to look back and forward?
Yeah, I had a significant birthday the other year when I hit 50, so I'm 51 now, and it's one of the interesting things. One of the great consolations, I think, as you get older, is that you realize that you have this kind of that the past is such a treasure chest, again, to use that phrase, in a way that there's, as a writer, that you have so much material just from the fact of having stuck around for half a century on the planet, and it's kind of a weight, but kind of a lovely weight. It's interesting to talk about the past. I think everything I write, every story, every novel, they're all essentially about the same thing, and they're all about characters who can't quite escape from the shadow of their own past. They're constantly trying to step out of their own shadows, if you like, and this lends itself to comedy, because you can never manage it. You can never escape the shadow of your own past, but they keep trying. And I think that's almost every story and novel I've written that's there as a primary kind of theme.
Yeah, and sort of, are you able to look forward, and what do you think? What does the future hold, do you think, in terms of your writing?
Yeah, it's it's interesting to me. If you had asked me, when my first book of stories came out in 2007, when I was 37, so not particularly a spring chicken to put out a first book, but it was. If you'd asked me what I would be doing 14 years later, now I would have said career novelist. It would just be novels. Yeah. That was my ambition at that time. But very quickly after I published my first book of stories and I started to do events and readings and so forth, it quickly became apparent that people like to hear my stories as much as read them, and it became a kind of a natural transition then for me to think in terms of writing for actors. And very often now when I go to my desk, I do have actors in mind, whether it might be a stage play or a screenplay. And that's something that would have surprised me if you had told me that 14 years ago. But it's for certain I will continue to write stories and novels also. But I'm very interested in writing for actors. I'm kind of a frustrated actor myself, I think. So I think they're very closely related, writing and acting. They're kind of first cousins of each other. I think it's the closest job to writing is acting. It's all dealing with voices in your head,
Yeah, but it's very interesting because for me, just looking at your body of work, I think that story, Seamus Ferris's story, The Coast of Leitrim, sort of revealed very suddenly that, are you romantic at heart? For all the sort of anti-romantic stuff that, well, not anti-romantic, but you've kind of scoffed at love, I suppose, in a lot of your stories and books. And then suddenly this one pops up, and I was like looking for this man, hoping against hope, and then kind of, was deflated then that when he really stabbed himself in his own foot, and then suddenly, I'm not going to say anymore, but just for us readers to see that I think you're a romantic at heart.
I think so too, probably. It's kind of, gosh, more than 20 years now that I've been writing short stories in a kind of serious way, in a dedicated way. And I think The Coast of Leitrim is my first happy ending. We're not entirely certain it's going to be a happy ending, but it suggests happiness at the end. It's interesting that this new book of stories, that Old Country Music, it's 9 years since the last book, so I gathered the stories I'd written in that intervening period, and it's a long enough period of time that you can see yourself change as a writer. And I think if I had written The Coast of Leitrim 10 years ago, it probably would have had a very different ending. And maybe I wouldn't have quite been in a place comfortable to let the romance blossom in the way that it does in the story. But it's the happiest thing that can happen when you're writing a short story is if it starts to surprise you, and if it starts to get away from you a little bit, and if it starts to pull you in a direction you weren't expecting. That's always what you're hoping will happen, I guess. It did so for me with that story.
Well, certainly. I mean, the last line of that short story is probably the best last lines I've ever read in any short story, in a long, long time. I just loved it. Kevin, you've said that, where a writer lives is a very important creative decision, because, the place always colors your work. So tell us about the Ox Mountains, and, tell us about Sligo. And how does it sort of, I mean, obviously, I've read your work, so I know that it permeates your work. And I've lived myself in Sligo, and have actually got lost in the Ox Mountains, in the time before GPS and, mobile phones. So, I love the place, but tell our viewers about Sligo, County Sligo, and the Ox Mountains.
Yeah, so I live it's in the northwest of the island. I live inland about 20 miles from the Atlantic coast. I'm looking beyond my computer screen now, and there's a lake, Loch Arrow, with reed fields going over it. It's actually a beautiful spell of weather we're having. Unusually in February in Ireland, it's actually very pleasant this week, and it's spring-like. We landed here in 2007. My wife Olivia and I had just got back to Ireland. We'd been living in the UK, and it was the height of the Celtic Tiger kind of craziness, and it was really expensive to buy houses anywhere. So we came to kind of a quiet rural place to buy something. This is an old police station. This was once a police station, built in the 1840s. And it's funny, it's one of these decisions in life that doesn't seem to be anything got to do with your creative work. It's just a pragmatic thing. Where can we afford to live, but of course it turns out to be a very important creative decision, because your environment, your locale is going to get into the work. Your stories follow you around in the world. Mostly now when I write short stories, they're set in the kind of the interior northwest around here, which is a quiet place, beautiful place. It certainly has a kind of a melancholy ambience to it, I think, in lots of ways. One of the really interesting things about Ireland as a country is that it's a small island geographically. You drive the length of it in 5 hours, and the width of it in 3 hours. So it's a small place, but it changes a lot within short distances. So it feels like a very different country from the Limerick and Cork end that I grew up in. People are more reticent sometimes in speech. They say little. I dubbed it the land of the pregnant pause when I moved here first, because people are kind of watchful in speech, and the humor is very different. Humor in Limerick and Cork is surreal and 100 miles an hour and very funny, whereas here it's much more deadpan and straight-faced. And it takes a while as a writer to tune in to new ways of telling things that you get in speech. When when people's accent and speech changes, everything changes with it. Their heart and soul changes with that as well. But it's a great place for a writer to be based. It's winter is kind of murky enough and slow, But once you get past February, usually it's a good sign.
Paradise. Yeah. I mean, I know what you're saying, because I remember when we first went to West Cork, meeting somebody, and sort of being introduced, and I just asked her, are you from Crostra, which is the valley that we were in, and then she was absolutely horrified, and she said, "Oh my God, no," and I thought, okay, maybe she's like from 100 miles away, or maybe she's from England, God knows where. And then she said, "No, I'm not from Crostra. I'm from across in Cumarcon," and literally that was 3 miles away.
I know,
just the valley 3 miles away, but the distinction that.
And she would still be considered a blow-in,
Oh, for sure.
And the blow-in is a very important kind of archetype in Irish life. It's a blow-in is a useful thing for a writer to be, actually, because you're at a slight distance, enough to observe what's going on around you.
And people are quite. People are willing to sort of open their hearts to blow-ins, actually.
They can be more sort of unguarded, maybe. In talking to you.
And do you go down to West Cork now? Would you go regularly? Would you visit there regularly?
I lived in Cork City for a decade, and I used to have a tiny caravan out in Allihies on the Beara Peninsula. I attempted my first novel there in the summer of 1999, and it didn't work out very well. But it was, it was a very, very important time for me, because I was kind of getting serious about writing fiction. And so I've happy memories of being in my little 12-foot caravan trying to write a kind of the next great Jewish American novel. I was obsessed with Saul Bellow and Philip Roth, so I was the next great Jewish American writer in my head, but it was it showed me very vividly that summer that, like, the scale of the work that was needed, like it's an odd thing, Cauvery, about literary ability, literary talent. It's not rare. There's lots of it around. Lots of people are able to write very well and write good characters and sentences. But what's difficult is the pragmatic attitude that makes you do that every day when you don't feel like doing it. And it's when you get those two in combination that you get a writer, when you have somebody who has the native ability to talent, but also that capacity to go and do the work. And it was a while before I kind of beat that into myself. In my 20s, I would occasionally try to write something, but I wasn't dedicated enough. I got serious. I got serious about it around the age of 30, when I kind of taught myself, okay, you if you're going to commit to this, you have to fully commit to it. It has to kind of be the most important thing in your life in a way.
Yeah, I mean, you actually just preempted my question, because I was going to ask you. You have said that writing is no longer the thing, the thing that you do, but it's actually the thing that you have become. And I just find that very, sort of really cut to the chase there. So what I was going to ask you is that, I know there's lots of aspiring young writers listening and watching these events at the Jaipur Lit Fest. And what advice would you have, to a young writer? I know you've already just spoken, but, could you?
I think an important thing is to read broadly. Read a whole. In my 20s, I would be kind of obsessed with one or two writers, and of course, you're trying to ape them on the page. You're trying to copy them on the page. It's very important to read high and low. Read all sorts, of literary fiction and genre fiction and comic books and the backs of cornflakes packets. Read everything, and I always remember that time spent reading is never wasted time. I think it might have been Cormac McCarthy who said once that there's no mystery to literature. Books are made out of books. The books that you write are made out of all the books that you've read in your lifetime, and also all the TV you've watched and all the movies you've watched and all the records you've listened to. It's all feed, and it's all experience as well that you can bring to the page. I find a very pragmatic and practical kind of tip is to write at the same time every day. If you're trying to write fiction, do it at the same time, even if it's only for 20 minutes or a half an hour just after you get up. You can kind of train your subconscious to become aware that you're trying at this time of the day, and it might give you material. Because it's mysterious writing. The only thing it's close to, I think, in life is dreaming. It comes from the same place, from the murky subconscious. And when we dream, we're all brilliant storytellers. It's effortless. These scenes present themselves, and the dialogue is perfect. And there's a kind of a narrative dream logic going on. And then we wake up and we can't do it. So when you're trying to write fiction, you're trying to get to that dreamy subconscious kind of place where your nighttime dreams come from.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, and it's interesting you were saying about reading the back of boxes of cornflakes. So I started my writing career as a copywriter in an ad agency, and I can tell you there's a lot of work goes into what goes on at the back of a cornflakes box.
Sure. It's interesting. Often, like my first job was as an old-fashioned cub reporter on a city newspaper in Limerick, doing the court meetings and the city council meetings. And that gave me so much texture to write City of Bohan later, a portrait of a small city, how a small city works. And often the best research for a novel, you don't realize it's research for a novel at the time. It's just in your working life or in your day-to-day life, you just gathering experience all the time that you don't realize is possibly going to give you a book someday.
Yeah. So what is your writing routine, Kevin? Do you write every day, 5 days a week, 7 days a week?
I have a kind of a lingering kind of a guilt complex that I didn't work hard enough in my 20s, so I work pretty hard now. As in, I will go to it's a shed, an outbuilding out the back out there, pretty much 7 days a week. When I'm here, of course, I'm here. We're all at home at the moment with the pandemic. And I'll usually make it in there by about 9 or so in the morning, and I'll be there till noon or so 3 or 4 hours. I might be writing for 20 minutes of that, but I'll be there. I'll be available if anything stirs. And most writing days are pretty sluggish. It doesn't seem like you're getting very much done. I have a lot of what I call nothing days, where I kind of look down at the page or the computer screen at the end of the morning and go, well, it's not nothing. There's something.
There's something,
I find the critical part for me, the most important part is the first half an hour. It's important that I don't go online before I try to write, because if you go online, your head immediately goes into that skittish kind of online place, which isn't a useful place to try and write fiction from. So
and it's possible to extricate yourself out of it as well.
Often that first half an hour, you're still kind of half asleep. You're still in that kind of dreamy subconscious world a little, and almost without thinking about it, stuff will come. I often write kind of longhand for the first kind of half hour or so, and just see what will happen.
Yeah. Wow, that's fantastic. That's loads of things for young writers to. When I say young, I mean starting out writers. I mean of any age. That's great. Those are great things to ponder about. And I think staying off social media is probably one of the best advice you could give. I'm sort of
I don't have any, and it's not because I don't like the idea of social media. It's just I know how addictive it would be for me. And I'm sure I would be on it all day, if I was. So it's funny. I've mixed feelings about the whole kind of social media world. It's been very useful for writers in some way, because people talk about your books and so forth online, and it's fantastic. You get readers out of it, but just as a time soak, something that eats all your time, I think it's problematic.
For sure, it's like a septic tank, like the soak away of a septic tank. So, Kevin, we were kind of coming towards the end of the session, but what I wanted to ask you was, the month of March is Irish Readathon month. And since we have so many people from all over the world, going to be watching this session live, watching this session live, as well as watching it later on, I was wondering, would you be able to tell us, what Irish writers are you reading at the moment, and what books would you recommend if somebody wanted to do Irish Readathon?
Sure. I might mention two: an older book and a more recent book.
Okay.
Talking about County Sligo, as we have been, a great Irish novelist, Dermot Healy, who passed away a few years ago now. was based in Sligo for many decades. Hugely regarded in Ireland. His reputation was strong abroad, but he hasn't been read enough. I think outside Ireland. There's a novel called A Goat Song. A goat song about a very kind of tormented sort of love affair set against the background of the troubles in Northern Ireland in the kind of late 1970s, early 1980s. It's a magnificent novel, A Goat Song. I'll go down to the other end of the country to Cork, where the novelist Danielle McLaughlin, who's been very well known for her short stories over recent years, but has just published her first novel called The Art of Falling. Really beautiful piece of work. Set in Cork City. A gallery curator is the main character, kind of caught up in the mysterious legacy left by a once famous sculptor. Very engrossing plot, and you move through it very easily. But what draws you to Danielle's work is just her beautiful sentences. She's a marvelous stylist. So that would be Danielle McLaughlin, The Art of Falling, and Dermot Healy, A Goat Song would be two I'd mention.
Yeah, I have Danielle McLaughlin's book is hopefully in the post to me at the moment. So
fantastic.
I'm looking forward to reading
yeah.
that. Yeah, looking forward to reading that. And are you reading anything at the moment? What are you reading yourself at the moment?
What have I been reading at the moment? I've just finished, actually, it's an old novel from the late 70s. Sophie's Choice by William Styron, which was subsequently a movie, which I've never seen, with Meryl Streep. I'd read his a memoir of depression called Darkness Visible, which is a fabulous and terrifying book, but I'd never read his fiction. And I decided to put that right, and it's absolutely spellbinding. About a survivor of the Holocaust living in Brooklyn. Shortly after the Second World War, again involved in a kind of a very kind of obsessive romance, but he just has kind of old-fashioned novelistic chops and skill, where he's absolutely able to take on the biggest kind of themes and issues in a completely unafraid way. And it's just, I call it thumb, that magical thing that just makes you keep thumbing through a book, that keeps makes you keep turning the pages. Fantastic. It had been sitting on the shelves here far too long without being read. So that was a really transformative reading experience. I always think like that reading is above all transport. It's a mode of transport.
My God, absolutely.
It lifts you up from where you are and sets you down somewhere else, and we all need it at the moment in pandemic.
And I think, that has really sort of given such a boost to writers and bookshops, because people want to go somewhere, and if it has to be via books, so be it. It's strange. With every catastrophe, someone always kind of benefits, and actually, book sales were very strong all last year in the pandemic time. Absolutely.
So it's people sort of were reminded, I guess, of the kind of the great solace that a reading life can bring you.
And how has I didn't want to bring the pandemic into it, but now that you mentioned it, can I ask you, have you found it hard to write during this time?
No, at the very start of the first lockdown last March, certainly I felt feeling a little bit distracted, so I started a new project and was writing furiously. But I looked back at some of those pages just the other week that I'd written last March. It was kind of gibberish. There's no, you can sense that there's no proper concentration on the page, and the story isn't quite there. But no, I settled to it. It's been said by many writers at this stage, I guess, that lockdown life is pretty normal for a novelist in lots of ways. Most of the time you're at home in your room, not going very far. So in some ways it just feels like everybody else is caught up with your way of living.
Kevin, we have a couple of questions that have come in. One is Pia. Pia has asked how much, I'm assuming it's about the night boat to Tangier. How much of the book is realistic, and are the experiences based on someone or events in your own life?
Not particularly. What gave me the book in lots of ways, I love Spain. I probably my favorite country after Ireland, and actually usually in the winter for about the last 20 years I've tried to escape for a few days or a few weeks every kind of winter for as long as I can afford, really. And drifted around down especially in the south and Andalusia, and in recent years then asking myself, where's my Spain book? You know, because I knew I had a lot of texture of just that I could do the place, but I couldn't figure out who the characters were until I thought, what about if I just put 2 Irish gangsters down there? I'll be away. But I didn't have any particular people in mind when I was writing Morris and Charlie. Readers will be glad to know.
Absolutely. Niharika asks, what is the one book that you can link back to your childhood, and what are the memories that it evokes?
Yeah, I have a very strong memory of the first novel that really kind of threw me against the wall, you know, and it was one of my older sisters was doing Wuthering Heights at school, and I was off school with the flu or with a cold or something, and in bed all day, and I picked it up. There was nothing else to read around. Wuthering Heights, and it was again transported, you know, just taken up from a suburb in Limerick City in the early 1980s and set down on a wind-blasted Yorkshire moor in the 1820s or 30s or whenever it was set. And it's a book I still return to sometimes, Wuthering Heights, and read a few pages here and there, just for I love its atmosphere. It's kind of dark Gothical atmosphere. That was the first serious book, if you like. Yeah, I've been reading The Famous Five and Secret Seven and all those kind of books, but that was the first proper book that made me realize the great power of this thing, you know, how it can absolutely transform your world.
We have a question from Nisha, and she asks, are there any books by Indian authors that you have had a chance to read? Sorry, I put you on the spot there.
I'm struggling. I've Romesh, what's his name? It's the name I'm struggling for. I read with him at the West Cork Festival. He's an Indian.
Oh yeah, it's Ramesh.
It's a long surname.
Gunashekara?
Yes, fabulous short stories. I in honesty, my reading life, I've always been obsessed with American writers, and much of my reading life has looked that way, in that direction, and cut off other directions, which I'm trying to change. I don't read enough. Like a lot of people, I don't read enough in translation.
There's just never enough time, though, Kevin. You know,
there's so many great books.
And I think possibly the last question, because we're coming nearly to the end, but Neeraja asks, how do you react to comments comparing Nightboat to Waiting for Godot?
Yeah, I've discovered with this book that it's very easily to get yourself compared to Beckett. You just have to put 2 Irishmen waiting for something, and all the Beckett comparisons start coming in the door. You can't be unaware of the fact, if your story has 2 Irishmen waiting, that there is this great monument of a text behind you. But I was actually thinking about a different playwright more so, which was Harold Pinter, when I was writing it. And it's something you said a while ago. You mentioned that the book is kind of funny and menacing. And that's something that Pinter does marvelously, that sort of comic menace, especially in his kind of 1960 plays like The Birthday Party and The Caretaker. So I was looking for, he was the playwright who was in my mind more so than Beckett even when I was writing Nightboat.
Yeah, I have to say, when I was reading Nightboat, I mean, I had literally very Hollywood style, rising crescendo of music in my head as I was reading it, just literally expecting something desperate to happen at any moment. So that was really fantastic. So what are you working on at the moment, Kevin?
I've been working on a screenplay for Nightboat to Tangier, adapting it. It's interesting. It started, the first attempt at it was as a play script. It very quickly became a novel because the story kept going into the past. And now I'm trying to readapt it as a screenplay. And it's been fun to have Morris and Charlie back on my desk again.
Okay, fantastic. One last question, because I've just been told we have very little time left, but one last question to squeeze in is, Ananya asks, how different is your writing process when approaching the short story versus a novel? That's a really great question.
Yeah, what I love about the short story is because of my own impatience as a person, that if it goes well for you, inside a week or two, you can have a finished object on your desk, good or bad, but it's finished. Compared to the long, slow slog of a novel, that's very attractive, and it makes me keep going back to the story as a form. They're very difficult. They're very difficult to get right. You have so little space in which to trap the reader. You know, you have to get the reader inside a half a page and make her or him believe in your world and your characters very, very quickly. So it's a difficult form, but I enjoy the difficulty of it. Timing is mysterious as well. How to get your timing right in a short story, and it's a game you have to play by instinct almost.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, you know, with the Coast of Leitrim, I think that it's a masterclass in storytelling, because you have all those elements. You know, you're drawing your reader in straight away. There's, you know, the timing, as you say it, and it's you know.
But I do find, and if anybody is writing short stories, what I find is that you have to write lots of them to get good ones. You know, I probably write about 9 or 10 a year. And only 1 or 2 will ever go outside the door. But it's important to kind of finish everything, I think. Finish everything you start. And it's only by finishing the bad stories that you kind of earn the good stories when they come along.
Yeah, because I know, you know, John Paul McHugh has a book out, and, you know, you've given it high praise. You know, Gold Rush.
Pure Gold.
Oh, sorry, Pure Gold.
By John Patrick McHugh, who's a fantastic young story writer, very, very, very dedicated to the film.
And I mean, he says he takes two years to write one story. I mean, that's just amazing. I just find it fascinating, the process of honing.
I have had stories that I've had on the laptop for years as well, and you go back and you look at it, and you're never quite sure what's wrong with it. And sometimes it's rare, but sometimes you have the happy thing of 4 or 5 years after you first write a story, you figure out how to fix it, what you need to cut from it, or what you need to add to it. Yeah.
Kevin, I'm so sorry, but I've just been told time's up, and so all I have left now is to say thank you so much for this absolutely fantastic and really interesting chat, and delighted to have you know, had a chance to talk to you and read your books all over again. Thank you.
I really enjoyed it. Cauvery, thanks so much. It was a treat.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Barry and Cauvery Madhavan for such an interesting conversation. Thank you so much for being part of Jaipur Literature Festival 2021. We would also like to thank our festival partner, European Union, for supporting this session, and our celebration partner, Diageo. And thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Please stay logged on to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that have been specially curated for you. As you're aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we have struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring you a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would love for you to support us at Teamwork Arts. You can also tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 @JaipurLitFest. Remember, the festival is protected by Dettol. Hope to see you in the next session. Thank you so much.
Namaste ji. I'm Michael Rosenthal, Director of the North India Office at U.S. Embassy New Delhi, which is responsible for U.S. engagement with Rajasthan and 7 other states of North India. I'm pleased to introduce this series of shorts, part of our long-standing support for raising women's voices in business. I hope you enjoy and that women's voices continue to raise India and U.S.-India relations. Thank you.
Namaskar. I'm Lynn Fernandez and I'm the managing trustee of Nrityagram. Nrityagram, which literally means dance village, is a community of dancers that's located in rural Karnataka outside of Bangalore. Our mission is to nurture dance professionals through the Gurukula system, perform on a global stage, and enrich community through outreach. We have a gorgeous 10-acre campus which houses a school with a dance pedagogy inspired by the ancient Gurukula system and is home to the Nrityagram Dance Ensemble, which is regarded as one of the foremost dance companies in the world. What is most special about Nrityagram is that usually such small communities are bound by blood or religion. Here, it is dance. I've been at Nrityagram for close to 3 decades now, and my work encompasses admin, fundraising, overseeing projects, etc., and the love of my life, lighting. These 3 decades here have been a roller coaster ride filled with challenges and many, many great achievements. We've always been a woman-led organization. Almost everyone at Nrityagram, dancers, employees, etc., all women. This isn't a conscious choice, it's just how it happened. I was the first professional lighting designer in this country, and that was a very big challenge. Fortunately, instead of facing resentment or rebellion, what I had to deal with was a lot of unsolicited advice, because clearly a woman couldn't possibly know anything about lighting. As the head of Nrityagram, while I've had to deal with the challenge of establishing leadership, one of the hardest challenges has been forging a way forward for us. In the absence of arts administration and arts administrators in our country, there was no template to follow. And therefore, I've had to pretty much create it as I went along. There are 2 people who've inspired me in different ways. One is Pratima Gauri, the founder of Nrityagram. I was deeply inspired by her ability to transform and transform without apology. She always used to say, millions of cells change every day. Why must you continue to remain the same? And while leading Nrityagram, I have tried to embrace change fearlessly. If something doesn't work, let it go, do it differently. The other person who's deeply impacted me is Shurupa Sen, the artistic director of Nrityagram, who with her simple dedication and singular devotion to her art form showed me a beautiful purity of focus and intention. In this singular but immensely disciplined pursuit of excellence in that one thing that she does, she showed me what a lot of us are unable to find ourselves: focus and stillness. Looking back, I'm filled with immense pride and delight. Our ensemble is amongst the top great companies of the world. Nrityagram is well on its way to being a leading arts institution, and we're on the threshold of the next 3 decades. A future that promises to be as, if not more exciting than the first.
you're enjoying the festival. Don't forget to buy your favorite books from Amazon.in.
Welcome to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival. From here at the Amer Fort, we're standing at the iconic Diwani Arm, or the court of general audiences. Behind me is where the Maharaja used to receive his citizens from across the state who used to bring to him petitions. What better place than to bring to you our festival each year? I know we would have loved to have you all here, but unfortunately this year we are trying to get a sense of history and culture and tradition of this great state of Rajasthan and Jaipur to your homes. We'd like to acknowledge the Department of Archaeology and Museums who look after and maintain these wonderful buildings and heritage and historic monuments for us, and of course the Department of Art and Culture. For those of you who've always dreamt of being in the sun-soaked environment of the Maldives and just basking there in its beautiful, pristine, emerald green atolls, and for those of you who've traveled the world following the Jaipur Literature Festival and JLF, well, here is an occasion where we bring both together. JLF goes to Srinivas Fushi 3rd to the 12th of September 2021. Here's a chance for you to come and meet with your favorite authors, dine on some of the most amazing food, and of course experience the unparalleled hospitality of Srinivas Fushi. Book now and see you there.
We're really excited to be partnering with Teamwork Arts to bring the Jaipur Literary Festival here to Srinivas Fushi.
We plan to curate an extremely diverse and interesting program of global artists, speakers, musicians, and more to tackle subjects like sustainability, oceanography, travel, art and culture, wellness, and much more.
We look forward to having you join us for this very special event.
We're delighted to welcome you to the Durbar Hall of the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. It is our pleasure to present today Biographers Ball, Samanth Subramanian, Ira Mukhoty and Srinivas Reddy in conversation with Anita, Anand. How do you grasp another life and pin it to a page? What does it take to immerse yourself completely into someone else's story, to comb through history and bring it alive? Biographers of luminaries and figures as illustrious as JBS Haldane, Akbar, Krishna Devaraya and Udham Singh come together in a panel to discuss what it means to bring the larger to life compellingly and authentically, and the challenges they face in doing so. In conversation with broadcaster and author of The Patient Assassin, Anita, Anand. Samanth Subramanian is an award-winning journalist whose work has appeared in The New Yorker, The New York Times Magazine, Business Week, Granta, Wired and Harper's. His most recent work, A Dominant Character, is a biography of the scientist and communist JBS Haldane. Ira Mukhoty is the author of Daughters of the Sun, Empresses, Queen and Begums of the Mughal Empire. Heroines, powerful Indian women in myth and history. Her most recent book is Akbar, the Great Mughal, and she is currently working on a text around the women of Mahabharat due to be released this year. Srinivas Reddy is a scholar, translator and musician. He studied classical South Asian languages and literature at UC Berkeley and currently teaches at Brown University and IIT Gandhinagar. He is also a concert sitarist and spends his time performing, teaching and conducting research around the world. Anita Anand is a political broadcaster with the BBC. In 2015, she published the acclaimed Sophia, Princess Suffragette, Revolutionary and 2 years later, Kohinoor, which she co-authored with William Dalrymple. Her latest is The Patient Assassin. Please do remember to comment and ask questions by typing it into the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, we now present Biographers Ball, Samanth Subramanian, Ira Mukhoty and Srinivas Reddy in conversation with Anita Anand. Over to you, Anita.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely and comprehensive introduction. Because we are in such strange times, it might be useful to tell you where we're all sitting right now, because this truly is a global JLF this year. So Srinivas is in Providence in Rhode Island, Ira is in Delhi, and Samanth and I are both down the road from each other in London. What strange times we are living in. Let's first of all just acknowledge how bizarre this is to be meeting in this way, and how lockdown can be actually the friend of a writer and also its arch enemy. Srinivas, how have you found lockdown?
Well, to be honest, as hard as it has been in many ways, I also feel like I've had a really amazing time during this period to go deep into myself and focus on things that are the most important things in my life. So I think it's also made me feel very grateful for what I have and what, you know, the universe has given me. So
Well,
it's been good.
You are, as the introduction suggests, something of a polymath with the heart of a poet. When I sort of got in touch with you for the first time, I asked you where you were and you said, I'm in a place where the rivers meet the sea. So I sort of feel that even if somebody dropped you in a dark well, you would make the best of it. Ira, what about you? How's it been for you?
Well, I have to admit to being less generous in my, in the way I went through the lockdown, I suppose primarily because my last book was published right in the middle of it through, a completely accidental process, which was inevitable as well. So, it got published and came out and everything was shut. There were no bookstores, were not open, nothing was functioning. So it was very heartbreaking, as any writer I'm sure will empathize, to have a big book, which I'd spent several years on, to be just launched into what seemed like a vacuum. So yeah, I'm pretty bitter about that. But in more specific ways as a writer, I found, to my surprise, because I consider myself an introvert, I spend my time at my desk, but not having that option to go and immerse myself in the lives of others, which I do pretty regularly. I take the metro and go into Old Delhi and just wander around and just wander around. Writers are eavesdroppers and voyeurs in the lives of others. So I found that not having that was actually very shackling for me as a writer. So I must say I didn't enjoy it one bit.
Yeah, Samanth, what about you?
Yeah, I know writers are supposed to say that lockdown has been great for getting a lot of writing done. It's not great for having you love the process of writing. I mean, I think it was Hitchens who said that the best thing about writing all day was to look forward to the glass of wine in the evening with your friends, or for people to come over for dinner and you can actually have some human company once more. I had none, and so as a result of it, at the end of 2020, I absolutely detested being a writer. If somebody had offered me a job in a hedge fund, I would have taken it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, Ira, you sort of touched on what I want to ask next, because I've done a few of these biographer balls now for JLF, and I have to say, don't tell them because they'll stop asking me. I love these more than anything that I do, because I think biographers are the strangest breed of human that exists. There's a strange mixture of nerdiness, nosiness, and naughtiness that goes into making a biographer, and just give them this sort of feeling that they have the right to delve into people's lives in such depth, and the chutzpah to go through their dirty laundry and pull things out. What is it about you, Ira, first of all, that led you to think, actually, biography is for me? Because it really isn't for everybody.
No, I think it was utter foolishness, to be honest with you, Anita, at least this particular biography on Akbar, because he's such a talismanic figure, and a figure on which there is so much information available. Now, what I had worked on until this point were the histories of women, and it was completely different when I was looking at material to write a book about women. I had to literally take on the role almost of a medieval detective and put together architectural findings, a stray line here or there, a poem perhaps that somebody mentioned. There was almost nothing. They had almost been made invisible. So I had the opposite problem when I approached Akbar, for whom there's really a veritable landslide of information available. But luckily for me, one of the first things I came across when I was reading Abu al-Fazl, who was the great biographer, hagiographer, friend, enthusiast of Akbar, and a lot of his writings tend to be solely, very overinflated and positive. But luckily I came across what at the end, I think it's volume 3 of the Ani Akbari, and he has a section called The Happy Sayings of the Emperor. And these are actual literal transcriptions of things that Akbar said. And reading through them, I initially thought, okay, these will be overwhelming. They'll be really ponderous and, wonderful things that the emperor has said. And that's not really the case. He says, he does say some very deep and insightful things, but he also says some pretty banal and mundane stuff about everyday activities. And interestingly, he says, he questions a lot of things. So he'll say things like, why do men insist on sati for their women? Why must they prove their love for their husband by committing sati? Why is circumcision of children necessary in Islam? How does that prove anything? So a lot of questioning about everything he saw around him. And that sort of immediately gave me an idea of the direction that my book would take, which would be, an evolution.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to get into the books in more detail in a moment, but it's really what I think people who are watching this, who may have aspirations to do what we do and what we clearly enjoy as much as we do. What is it about the writer that makes you want to write about a personality? Now, Srinivas, for example, you have such a rich background of music and poetry and translation. To be pulled into this particular slipstream, what happened?
Well, this was really just a very natural extension out of my thesis work, because I translated Krishnadevaraya's great poem. So I think, like the naughtiness and the intimacy that you were talking about, I think is really great, because even when you read someone else's work, when you read someone else's poetry and when you translate it, there is a certain kind of, intimacy that you develop with that person. You really feel like you're getting into their mind and heart. And so it was a natural kind of thing to write a biography. And also because I think, unlike other kind of great figures, we actually had like poetic work and authors, literature that the king had written. So that was like an important source that I think I brought to the whole endeavor of telling his story.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, I'll bounce back to you, Ira, in a second, but just in your case, this is part of the rich cultural tapestry of your family and your identity. as well. Now, that proximity to the flame, is that helpful or unhelpful, Srinivas?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a Telugu speaker, and it was, but you know, again, I think maybe back to what you were saying earlier, the other part was that Krishnadevaraya was this kind of multi-talented guy and had different interests, and he was a musician too. And I think that maybe, you know, made me feel more akin to how he saw the world in kind of a poetic way. I think in this case, though, it helped me. I mean, when I finished the book, both my gurus said, you know, I think you were Krishnadevaraya in an earlier life. Like you are this guy. So I don't know. Maybe I was too close. And I do paint a pretty, I think, you know, fantastic, wonderful, glorious kind of picture of this man. But I do really admire him, I have to say, and I think that comes out probably in my writing.
Well, it does. Samanth, your trajectory is similar to my own in that sort of journalism is the bread and butter. How did it change gear from writing sort of, you know, small pieces, factual pieces, to something which is actually pretty audacious to do for any writer?
Well, it's sort of, I mean, anybody who's worked on what you might call feature journalism, to very broadly, knows sort of the appeal of putting a human being at the heart of your story and to kind of depict the life or even a slice of the life of another human being. And then from there, you enlarge your canvas to the magazine profile, and you're given 5,000 or 6,000 words. I once got 16,000 words to write about somebody, and still that is not enough. And you still feel that there's so much more meat that is begging to be picked off this bone. And so eventually you come to write a single volume biography. And as I've discovered for this book, even a single volume biography doesn't feel like it's enough. Maybe the thing to do is really to write multi-volume biographies. And so the ambition to understand as fully as possible the nature of another human being and the circumstances and how personality and temperament interact with circumstances, I think is sort of endless. The quest is never ending, and the fascination never ceases to wane.
But you know, this, if we think about it in terms of topography, you know, there are some area, you were saying, you know, some of the people that you've written about and the people that have fascinated me before, particularly with women who fall through the cracks so very readily. You are digging down to find somebody and show them to the world. With Akbar, and you just sort of started to allude to this, it is a mountain of information that you are having to scale. Now, that vastness of information, not least mythology. I mean, I grew up in this country. I'm an Essex girl, in fact. For anyone who is on this side of the world, you'll know where that is. But, you know, I even grew up with Akbar Birbal stories. That was something I knew. You know, I remember watching Anarkali. You know, there is so much mythologizing with that particular name. So when you're sort of standing at the foot of this enormous mountain, how do you even begin to say, right, okay, I've got two piles now, myth, reality, myth. How do you start? How do you even start?
It's really difficult. I think the starting point is Abu al-Fazl. You know, he's the great biographer, contemporary biographer of Akbar, and he has written so much about him. So you do start with him, but by the time you finish, you just think that this cannot be the only picture of Akbar. But surely he was more complicated than just this perfect human being. And as I was saying, you know, as I began with saying that the sayings of Akbar actually showed him as an evolving human being, and that is what I decided to then focus on, to show him in 6 different stages of his life through 10 decades each, and show how he evolved as a human being. And so one of, like, there are many sources. There are the myths around him, the Akbar Birbal, the Jodha Akbar stories, all of that. Luckily, we also have a very valuable source in this Persian writer called Badauni, who was a translator at Akbar's court, and who was highly critical of him. He didn't like the way Islam was turning under Akbar at all. He wanted the more orthodox version. And he was very, very depressed at the way things were turning out. So we have this wonderful and critical biography, which I can then use to complement Abu al-Fazl. And then there are the writings of the people who were, say, conquered by Akbar. So the Rajput writings in Braj Bhasha, say, the Jain writings and the Sikh writings. And these are also, a wonderful complement. And the last thing I wanted to touch upon was a resource that is now available to us, are the miniature paintings. somehow, art history sometimes is not taken in the same vein as regular historical writing, but I found it hugely informative for me for the sort of narrative history that I wanted to write for people, so that I could imagine the lived space within which this emperor was evolving. So for example, if we can show the first slide, Anubhav, the very first one of the Kumarga hunt. So for example, I wanted to write about some of the great battles that Akbar fought. Now, being a 21st century urban woman, I have very little experience of direct combat or anything of the sort. And I figured nor would my readers know a great deal. And yet I wanted them to experience these battles in battle condition, to sort of hear the noises and understand, the fear and everything surrounding it. And for that, I used a lot of the miniature paintings, like this one that you can see here from the Akbarnama. And it shows a thing called the Kumarga hunt. Now, when the writers write about it, they just say the famous ring hunt was carried out, the Kumarga hunt was carried out, with not a great deal of explanation. But this image, which shows the Emperor Akbar in the middle on his horse, hunting this group of animals which have been corralled in this small space in a ring, and you see the sort of violence. You can almost hear the screaming of the animals. You can see the women who accompany Akbar, and that is not mentioned in the writings, that the women actually go everywhere. So right in the middle, you have the women's tent, you have the eunuch sitting at the door of the tent, all these little details that a painter thinks to put in. And these are painters who accompanied the emperor everywhere he went, so they would have seen this firsthand. So things like, this miniature painting, if I can show just the second one, I won't take more time because there's not much time. Could we have the second one as well? Yes, so they often talk about, how India is a land of rivers, and often the army had to cross rivers, and they just casually mention a bridge of boats was constructed. There were no bridges there most of the time, so a bridge of boats. Now, what was a bridge of boats? I just couldn't get my head around it. But in this painting, this famous painting from the Akbarnama, you can see how boats are slashed together and so strongly held that actually elephants, in this case, they are in must, they are angry, they can actually run across this river, this boat, bridge of boats without it, collapsing. So many such details came to me so that I could make this text more alive for a reader in today's 21st century condition.
And you certainly do. I mean, some of your descriptions, and I don't mean to sound frivolous, but they have stayed mouth-wateringly with me. The kind of things that were on the man's table are quite apart from what he did and what he accomplished and what people said about him. You do make that very visceral and real. Samanth, if I can come to you next, because we shouldn't take it for granted that people will know who Haldane is. In his time as famous, is it fair to say, as Einstein? But these days, not so much. So in a nutshell, tell us about this extraordinary character that drew you.
Well, I first heard about Haldane backwards, so to speak. I heard that he was a British scientist who had died in India, lived and died there. And that intrigued me because usually we associate the movement of scientists as being from India to the West rather than the other way around. And so I was curious about this guy who decided to move to Calcutta in 1957 and settled in India. And the more you find out about him, the more he fascinates you. There's a lot of his work in genetics that is quite obviously important, and that should be written about in its own right. But he had the most dramatic life. He wrote his first paper in the trenches in the First World War. He became a member of the Communist Party and was suspected of being a spy for the Soviets. He was relentlessly anti-establishment. He was in Spain during the Civil War a bunch of times. He experimented on himself during the Second World War. So the thick drama of this life, what was sort of most attractive to me about it was how it melded these spheres of science and politics, which I think we've forgotten that science is actually a genuinely political activity that people carry out. We just think of it as this sort of pristine, objective sphere of analysis, but actually it's incredibly subject to the political and social currents of its time. And I think Haldane thought about all of this stuff extensively, and he had plenty of lessons for us, I think, to think through. But that sounds like a very boring thing to say, that the book is supposed to be didactic in some reason. I think the primary reason I wanted to write it was because of the lush and cinematic nature of his adventures, which I think is just impossible to even read the Wikipedia entry about his life and not be immediately entranced.
I mean, the man at times sounds like a complete nutter. You sort of mentioned about the trenches, And this was a man who had been reared as almost like a lab rat for his dad's experiments, a willing lab rat for his dad's experiments. And there he is in the trenches of the First World War, where people are dying and being blown to bits around him, and a shell lands near him, and he is excited. And doesn't he write, at last, at long last. It sort of gives the measure of an unusual mind, shall we say.
I think that's right. I mean, I think he's in many ways a biographer's dream, in the sense that there's so much to describe about his life. And yet here he was, this man with a rich sort of intellectual life, who thought so deeply about the ethical and scientific issues of his time. So it's really sort of, the best of both worlds.
With Srinivas, Krishnadevaraya, for those, and I'm sort of acutely aware that we have an international audience for this, which is wonderful. So in India, he doesn't take much explanation, but for those who maybe don't know so well, he's credited with one of the most glorious empires that India has ever known, a short one. But if you run your fingers, I mean, I said to Ira, it's like Akbar is like looking up at a mountain. Run your fingers over the south of India, it's like Braille. You can read the story of Krishnadevaraya in temples and ruins and beautiful things that are left behind. Tell us more about why he matters.
Great question. I think he matters because he's at this critical moment in global history, particularly Indian history. This is right when the Portuguese arrive. This is when, Western colonialism is about to start. We have sultans, we have Hindu kings, we have North relations, we have South relations. I mean, it's this really interesting 1500 nexus moment. So I think he's critical in that sense, just because of his position in history and time. And also, as I'd mentioned, because he wasn't just an administrator, he wasn't just a king, he was a poet, he was a musician, he was a philosopher. And I think his perspective on what governance ought to be and could be is a really important lesson that we could probably learn a lot from today as our leaders move forward and as we all move forward as this very multicultural, globalized planet. So I think in that sense, he's very, very relevant to today. And if I could just add one quick thing about, we were talking about the myth and history, because there's lots of parallels between Krishnadevaraya and Akbar, but the material we have, a lot of it is from Portuguese chronicles and this and that. But when I put those sources together, and I think it's popular now to kind of look at myth and history, maybe even on a continuum, which is a little bit of a step up from how we used to look at it. I mean, myth was just out. You couldn't use that for history. Now it's like, okay, I have myths, I have this, I have this. But even more than a continuum, I see it as this constellation of stuff, because I wouldn't put anything on kind of a continuum of historicity, like this is more historical or less historical. So if you take Abu Fazl or Peddana, who is the court chronicler for Krishnadevaraya, I mean, when you actually read those guys, you kind of get a picture that they're probably the least accurate of all the people telling the story, because they have some serious agendas to take care of. They have to praise their king, they have to be really nice. And so it's interesting when you put all this stuff together. I think you can come up with kind of a more kind of holistic picture of what's going on, even in terms of the sources. So
well, it's interesting. And so one of the marvelous things about being able to do this is that I understand completely what you're talking about with Udham Singh. In India, those who know the name will know this great mythology of a man who stood in the blood-soaked earth of Jallianwala Bagh and picks up a handful of earth and rubs it across his head and says, I'm going to kill the men responsible no matter how long it takes and no matter where it takes me. Now, that is hugely hagiographic. It's massive. And I found that whenever I was doing research into that particular person, the more lofty and hyperbolic the description, the less likely it was to be true. And often it was in sort of the mundane that you found the truth. And the truth was even more extraordinary than the mythology, but you just had to delve into something that seemed quite boring. In your case with Haldane, I think it's a similar sort of experience that Special Branch, the IPI and MI5 did a lot of the work for us. Not that we ever got to see it or were ever meant to see it. But didn't you say that MI5 sort of wrote the first unofficial biography of Haldane? And tell us a bit more about that.
That's right. I mean, MI5 started keeping tabs on Haldane and believing he was a spy sometime in the 1930s. They compiled 2 decades worth of files about him, which would include mundane things like he returned from Calais on a boat and we searched his baggage and there wasn't anything of interest to be found in there, to intercepted letters, to accounts of speeches that he gave and things like that. But
you should say they were interested in him because of his communism, because he
was first sliding towards communism, then became a card-carrying member of the party, and so they thought his loyalties lay with the Soviets. And the file only became public from the National Archives a couple of decades ago, maybe a decade and a half ago. So I got quite lucky, and I only discovered it midway through my research process. So you can imagine my glee when I downloaded these documents. But it really was sort of one other agency's patient accumulation and an attempt by MI5 to peek into the personality and the loyalties of this man. And I greatly appreciated the work they'd done on my behalf. I didn't have to do a lot of it. It was a kind of bonus where, because they had actually bugged the Communist Party headquarters in London. And so every time Haldane came to visit, there would actually be a transcript of the conversation he had with his party comrades. And you know what it's like. I mean, to stumble upon dialogue from that era and to kind of be able to recreate a scene is just the greatest gift.
Completely, utterly. I should say the structure of this, for those of you, and I know many of you are going to be itching to ask questions, which will be wonderful. Just start thinking of your questions, and you can enter them in chat. That would be brilliant, and we will come to you in about roughly about 10 minutes time. So what I love, I mean, since we're talking about sources and myth busting, we've touched on this era. We all often hear sort of Akbar presented as the anti-Aurangzeb, the man who was so sensitive and so secular. And yet you have put some warts in here. I mean, one that sticks in my head is was it the defenestration of a servant for something quite minor, or he threw him from a tower? You know, there's sort of there's grit in the oyster. Just tell us a little more about sort of the reality versus the mythology.
Right. Yes, exactly. So, that's what I wanted to show when I realized, of course, like anybody else, that this is a human being who has evolved in his life, who has learned things, from the many experiences he's had. I wanted people to see that. I wanted to see it, for them to see this very clear trajectory of a man who was not born great the way Abu al-Fazl would want us to believe, but he went through, many challenges and had some different views. In the beginning, for example, he admits to having converted prisoners of war to Islam forcibly, and later on in his life he writes about it and say, I regret that so much, but that is the process he went through. In the beginning, he married a great number of women because he wanted to expand into the territories that they held, so he married many Rajput princesses. And later on, at the famous Ibadat Khana discussions, one of the first questions he brought up was, how many women am I lawfully allowed to marry? He was very worried by the fact that he had married so many women and what was their status under Islamic law. He was worried for them, and he regretted once again having married so many women, and he started announcing that polygamy was prohibited, that young girls should not get married, they should wait till rules protecting women. So that happened over time. Similarly, initially he was admiring of women who committed sati. He thought, wow, what a wonderful expression of their love for their husbands. And then later on, he was actually directly involved in a woman who was being forced to commit sati, and he rode out to stop her, to save her life. And he realized that this was horrifying, that women were actually being forced most of the time. And he tried to outlaw sati, though he didn't, because he was aware of the Hindu sensitivity of his courtiers. So through these many incidents, I try and show that he was not this perfect man like none of us, is, and that he made mistakes. He failed again and again, but he surrounded himself with a lot of good people who advised him, and he himself used his experience to try and become a better person. So it wasn't, so I hope the reader gets that sense of the evolution of the man.
Yeah, and you have already pointed out the parallels, Srinivas, with Akbar and Krishnadevaraya. So this sort of the humble beginnings is something that is very much present in your character, and I'm saying character as in a real life character. What were the warts? Because you have very honestly said, you loved the man, you were brought up to love the man. You have affinity. You might have been the man in a past life. I mean, who knows? But where were the warts in your character?
Well, well, that's funny that you say that, because it's very rare to have physical description of kings or anybody of this period in Indian history. But they talk about how his face was pockmarked because he must have suffered smallpox. That's one of the descriptions we have, which is, of course, in great contrast to the nice statues that we see of him as a very beautiful fellow. I mean, so yeah, he had that. I think the greatest thing, and I tried to bring this out, also is in that kind of evolution of his character, is that his undefeated record in battle, his amazing gloriousness, it all got to his head, and he did some really uncouth things towards the end of his reign that were, I think, brought out by a certain kind of megalomania. And I think that was his greatest downfall. His glory was his greatest downfall. That was it.
Samanth with Haldane, I mean, you almost sort of take as your pivot point, one of the nadirs in his life, one of the lowest points in his life, which was the Lysenko affair. Just tell us a little bit about that, and how you managed to stay holding his hand even through that, and to get through the other side.
Yeah, I mean, to sort of describe the affair briefly, this was an incident where Haldane was called upon to choose between his scientific integrity and his political loyalty. And it was the one time he made the wrong choice. It was the one time he chose his political loyalty and paid a price for it, and possibly disappointed himself as much as his fellow scientists. But I thought it was an interesting inflection point, because it marks sort of this. It, of course, exemplifies this constant tussle in his life between his science and his politics, his two great loves. But it also, I think, to choose a moment like that is to be able to, if we try to explain, or if I tried to explain why he made the decision that he did, I felt we would understand JBS much better. We would understand the influences that had shaped him. We would understand the phase in his life he was at that moment, and we would understand the outcome of that, what happened to him over the next 25 odd years. These pivot points are quite interesting, and because you really want it to say as much as it can, but you don't want to make the classic biographer's mistake of thinking that everything in a life can be explained through this one pivot point. And so and of course, this is something that shows Haldane in a poor light, and you have to balance that out with the urgent need to actually have your reader like Haldane as much as you do. And I think, as most biographers will admit, that they finish their books and come away with a genuine affection and fondness for the person they've just written about.
We have questions now, and I'm delighted. People have loved everything that you've had to say. This is kind of a little bit left field, but why not? Let's start with something that's slightly left field. Jessica has asked, and Ira, you can take this first. If you were, any of you, hypothetically, it's very caveated, to write a biography on Trump, what would you call it? Ira, first of all.
Oh gosh, never again, I think.
Never again. That's very quick thinking. Very quick thinking. Okay, let's start. Srinivas, what about you?
I don't know. Are you saying I'd write the biography and I'd have to title it?
Yeah, yes.
Oh dear, I don't know. The Orange Clown? I don't know, whatever.
Okay. Samanth.
The title would be Cauvery. The subtitle would be America's Descent into Nonsense.
Yes, good. Very good. Are you working on that? You sound
that sounds about right.
pretty much thought out. Zara has been in touch. This is particularly Ira for you. Akbar's life has been extremely well documented through the ages. Not much there's forayed into popular literature. How long ago did you locate the void? And was the primary reason behind taking up this project that you needed to fill the gap?
Yes. So I think unlike England, which has a very good tradition of historical writing, so every year, for example, in the last 20 years, every year there has been a new book on Elizabeth I. Over here, we haven't had that sort of discourse. We haven't had that sort of attention put on some of the figures who have really shaped our history, our country. So definitely, that was one of the reasons that I took up Akbar, that there's a lot of myth making, as you were saying, there are the Akbar Birbal story, the Jodha Akbar, a lot of false narratives now that are being put out there. So I thought it was really essential to take one of these figures, and because I have been studying the Mughals, Akbar came to mind because he was really this pivotal figure over which everything, a sort of fulcrum over which everything then changed. And I thought it would be really interesting to study it, to write it in a form as accessible as possible for the lay reader, because historians obviously know all that I have to say, but a lot of lay readers don't. So that was definitely, it's a good question, and definitely one of the reasons I took this up.
Emma, Srinivas, maybe you could take this. How important is academic training in history to write a biography?
Oh, that's a big question. At least for me, I mean, I don't know about academic, because I think that word is really loaded. And I think, to be quite frank, I feel like academia is moving in a direction that I haven't been so excited about. But I think training in writing and various other skills are really important. For me, particularly, I think being able to read multiple Indian languages in the original is really important, especially because, when you're working on historical figures, a lot of times we rely on translations of, works that people of that time wrote or were written about them. And those translations come through certain biases and certain lenses of the translator. So if you can go back to the original and really read the sources in the original languages, I think that can really clarify or sharpen your perspective on these really critical, the foundation of how we even learn about these people. So yeah, I think academic training is important, but I think it's also a bit overrated sometimes. And I think, academic writing is not for the public. I wanted to have all the apparati of an academician in the book as there is, but I wanted to write a book that people would like to read without having to have all that.
My journalistic ear picked up on something, which is, academia is moving in a direction you don't like. Tell me more, Srinivas.
Well, I mean, it's like so super specialized. It's the further you can get from an engagement with the public, it's like the better. It's like everything is so. This is a big discussion we had, but it's just so jargon based. It's so based on what this person said and that person said in this paper and that thing, and we're losing a sense of the stuff. The there of academic work is lost. Like in the old days, like even in my discipline, you could translate a text and write about it, and that would be a thesis. Today, you can't do that. Today, you have to translate the text, write about it, and then talk about all this theoretical stuff that gives it relevance. So I think we're getting lost in the kind of meta discussion and really losing a sense of basic stuff. I mean, you talk to scholars today, they don't even know like basic stuff about their own discipline. I mean, you said, for example, that Krishnadeva Raya is even well known in India. Well, he's not actually. There's a lot of people that don't even know about Krishnadeva Raya, especially in North India. A lot of people don't know about Vijayanagara. We Indians don't know our history so well. Academics of South Asia, even when they train well, don't know much about South India often. So like there's a lot that's going on. Sorry, I'm talking a lot about this, but it's a bit, we should have a panel about this.
You really should. I just felt there was an itch that desperately needed a scratch just there. And I was right. So if the programmers of JLF want to take note for next time. Samanth, you and I have different chops. We don't have the historian chops going on, but we have the journo gene, don't we? So how does that, help you go about your business?
Well, I mean, it helps. It definitely helps. Sort of the research of a journalist is quite distinct from the research of an academician, but it can be nonetheless rigorous. And so I think, the multiplicity of sources that you consult, the fact checking, I mean, all of this is quite journalistic. But I think what helps us is our unending desire to be as vivid as possible for the reader, and to set up scenes, and to set up characters, and to bring forth as faithfully as possible the drama of real life. And I think I don't know about you, Anita, but I always think in terms of scenes. I always think in terms of setting somebody down in a physical location. If there's two people talking to each other, even better. And so I think from the point of view of writing for a lay audience, the desire to be that vivid is a distinct advantage.
Yeah, what Kabir is sort of building on that and has asked both of us, and maybe I'll take a bit of this, is how is biographical writing different from other journalism work? I mean, partly, I suppose, the difference is that when I'm doing journalism, I'm able to talk to people who are alive. You know, you have that same interrogating thing, but they are there, they are flesh and blood, and you can look in their eyes and you can sometimes tell when they're lying. When you are doing this kind of writing, and I don't know, Samanth, this may be true for all of us, is you are still interviewing people, but they're dead. So you're sort of, you know, you are having to ask those questions. And I do find myself when I find sources, you know, in dusty boxes, and often with the kind of thing that I write about, these are dusty boxes in people's attics that have been forgotten about. And you just read something, you go, now, why did you say that? It's exactly what you would say if they were in a chair in front of you, Samanth. And I find that is the thing that I can often go on great quests which lead me nowhere, but I treat every source as if it's a person that is to be partially believed and mostly disbelieved. You know,
I think that's right. I mean, I think, like, obviously there's no chance at a follow-up question, which is disturbing and unsettling. But equally, there is a certain liberation in knowing that there's just so much material out there. You can't go beyond this. There are no further truths to excavate beyond that. Whatever truths you bring to the book are the ones that you come up with while you're writing the book itself.
We have a few minutes left. This is a beautiful question from Kate, and I'll throw it to you, Srinivas, but maybe if all of you can think about your answer. Kate says, given the enormity of archival material that is available, how do you figure out what should go in the book and what do you leave on the cutting room floor? She says, using a film analogy, but you know what she means, Srinivas.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have stacks and stacks of Word documents with stuff that are my cutting room floor. So that's a great question. I think for me, in this book particularly, it's put a bunch of interesting stuff into notes. So if, like, the interested reader wants to know, they can kind of reference notes. But otherwise, it was more about what is going to help further the narrative in, like, a somewhat linear arc and motion. And so you have to make decisions, and you have to, you know, decide what is your story that you're going to tell. Am I going to tell the story just about a king? Am I going to tell a story about an administrator? Am I going to tell the story about a poet? And so I think really being clear on the arc that you want to create defines what makes it in or not. So
okay,
that's a great question, though.
Yeah, very good question. Ira, what about for you?
I missed the first half of the question when you froze. So is it
okay? So what? How do you decide what goes in the book and what you just throw on the floor?
Right. Well, there was a lot of throwing on the floor in my case because, you know, my sources was after I published the book. Every time I came across something, I thought, oh, shoot, I should have added this to it. This is something I didn't know about. There's so much material. But as Srinivas was saying, I think it has to be something which adds to the narrative. And in my case, something which added some knowledge to the character of Akbar or the people around him.
Okay, you're freezing a little bit, so forgive me, Ira, but I think we get the gist of what you say. Samanth, to you, same question.
I think I agree with Srinivas. I think once you have a really watertight structure and an outline and you know the direction in which your story is going, it's actually much easier to discard a lot of material, which may be rich. It just doesn't fit into the story and the arguments that you're making.
We have 1 minute left, so just please crystallize this. But the one that got away, the biggest obstacle or the thing that you still think is out there that you haven't found yet, Srinivas.
Well, just like yesterday, they discovered this inscription in Tumkur, outside of Tumkur, about the exact date when Krishnadeva died. So I guess what the big thing for me is there's just knowing that there's tons of stuff still out there that you know, our archaeological evidence or our, you know, archival research just hasn't knowing that there's stuff out there is what kind of gets me.
I'm pushing you because time is against us. Ira, the missing manuscript, what is it that where's the gap? And when it, you know, the thing that you wish you'd found?
again, it comes to the point that I have so much information here that I could use from. So I don't see a particular gap. I would have liked to have
Very lucky.
first word himself, but he was
You are-
not. He couldn't. Yeah.
Okay, Samanth?
There's an anecdote about JBS that somebody asked him, what do you know about the creator? And JBS said, if there is a creator, he has an inordinate fondness for beetles because there's so many beetle species. I have not until today been able to pin down the source of this quote. It has, annoyed me no end, but there is just no answer out there. I don't know when he said it, where he wrote it. Impossible.
Great quote. And for me, it's just, just as Samanth was saying, sometimes MI5 can be very helpful, but they're the papers that you don't know where they're filed. There, there's a wealth of surveillance about the kind of people I write about that's out there somewhere in a box under some really obscure heading that I have not yet identified. This has been an absolute pleasure. This is why I love doing Biographers balls. This is why you're my favorite people to get stuck in a lift with. Thank you very much indeed to all the panelists here, to Samanth and to Srinivas. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Samanth, Ira, Mr. Reddy and Anita for an insightful conversation. It was truly wonderful. We'd also like to thank our celebration partner Diageo for their support. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Please do stay logged on to continue to watch with us the stellar list of speakers and sessions that we've specially curated for you. Do remember to pick up your copy of the book from the Amazon bookstore online. Do remember to tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and tag us at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. Hope to see you in our other sessions both in the Durbar Hall and the front lawn.
Hi, I'm Anita Ghosh. My debut novel, The Illuminated, will be published by HarperCollins India in July 2021. I hope my book finds its way to readers and book lovers who, like me, believe that now more than ever, books are our portals to brave new worlds. The Illuminated is the story of two women, a mother and daughter, Shashi and Tara, who are forced to see the world anew when Robi Malik, the renowned architect around whom their lives revolve, dies suddenly. The women grapple with a world that is changing rapidly, marked by a rising tide of religious fundamentalism. But Shashi and her spirited daughter Tara, an ambitious young Sanskrit scholar, must project a way forward that is of their own choosing. The idea of multiple perspectives has always been of interest to me. The characters in The Illuminated have very divergent worldviews, and they must explore the full spectrum of possibilities and perhaps the full spectrum of truth to arrive at their own source of light. I suppose in some ways it is a response to my reservations about groupthink and outrage culture. Things are not always as they seem, and the best we can do for ourselves and for those around us is to commit to an exploration. I've been a journalist and an editor for 15 years now. I get asked a lot if that helped in writing fiction. If I'm being honest, it did not. Fiction demands an entirely different approach. It encourages you to inhabit characters without judgment. The Illuminated is a novel about perception. When the light shifts, you see the world differently. The metaphor of light is powerful and universal. From the Upanishads to Dante, from Rumi to Victor Hugo, Audre Lorde spoke about the quality of light by which we scrutinize our lives. And just earlier this year, the young poet Amanda Gorman concluded her dazzling performance with the metaphor of light. And it is to this world of light that I invite readers to journey into the world of The Illuminated with me. Thank you.
I would call the Jaipur Literature Festival a living library, or perhaps even a library of life. Do join us as we share the excitement of ideas and of debate and dialogue, of the adventures of science, of the joys of poetry and music, the consolations of philosophy, the sense of literature and of life.
So much about the festival in India, the scale of it, the energy of it, and I just love the fact that there is this effort to bring it to other cities in the world.
It's a variety of topics. It's meaningful. I'm just excited. I'm feeling like I've learned a lot to think about, and I appreciate JLF coming here.
Going forward, it would be a very good thing to do for the community to have this event on an annual basis.
I think that when you hear so many different voices and perspectives about the South Asian diaspora and many other issues, you learn that there's a lot of history that you're not taught every day, and I think that that's important to bring in today's world.
I was actually really surprised by the camaraderie I experienced here and the way that people at JLF, both attendees and other panelists, seem to really connect profoundly to literature and care about it.
In 2020, our live version of JLF has been laid to waste because of COVID-19. However, nothing's going to stop us from coming in the way of bringing our writers and speakers to you in Boulder, Colorado, Houston, New York, and Toronto, Canada.
We tackle journalism, technology, policy, and investment in news.
This is the 4th edition, and this year it is completely online. Going forward in every subsequent Media Rumble, even in a post-COVID world, we will have an online segment of the Media Rumble.
It's a platform to listen to voices from across the spectrum.
Your main motivation is to keep sort of pushing the envelope in terms of quality of content.
So media is really cheap, which makes the media dependent on advertising, which makes you vulnerable. Your consumers must pay more for media.
And what brands have to do now is to start holding their vendors accountable for where their ads are being placed.
Technology is not neutral. New weapons are not neutral.
Once you let loose the dogs of hatred, then violence follows.
Media must be covered robustly, questions must be asked.
The times that we are living in, the news organizations that have money will not publish the kind of reporting that we want to see outside. And the ones who want to publish do not have the money. So we have to accept this and then work.
I've never seen a global crackdown like the one we are living through today.
In order for women to truly gain a seat at the table, someone has to give up their seat.
I think there is also an employer responsibility now, very clearly, even through legislation, to make sure that working environments are conducive.
For me, my identity gives me a lens. It allows me to see everything through that lens.
I feel whether it is North India or South India, mainstream media does not really represent mainstream India.
टेलीविजन क्या कर रहा है, मीडिया क्या कर रहा है कि लोगों को एलिमिनेट कर रहा है और पावर को लोगों का रिप्रेजेंटेटिव इस तरह से बना दिया है कि अब लोग की कोई जरूरत नहीं है.
There should be an attrition between a journalist and the people in power.
It's not a crisis of politics. The crisis is one of journalism.
The world is interested in geopolitics of the great rivalry between India and China.
In the end, the values of journalism don't change.
Covering conflict is very traumatic.
I don't feel like we're making the case for data journalism anymore. I feel like that case has been made.
The problem is that the very nature of the way the internet was designed makes privacy and security a nightmare.
Corporatization of media, as Rajiv said, is not new.
We will invest in those organizations which have a deep commitment to telling the story as it is.
हजार हाँ बल्ब जला देने से आप रात को छुपा तो नहीं सकते ना.
With depth or without depth, I don't think it should be problematic to make fun of anybody.
लक्ष्य स्पष्ट हो, समाज के प्रति अपनी जिम्मेदारी व्यंगकार समझता हो, तो उसको बोलते रहना चाहिए.
I believe
Art matters.
I believe
art matters.
I believe
Art matters.
Our podcast partner for this session is Launchora.
समझ अपनी भाषा में ही आता है. Content आपकी भाषा में only on Daily Hunt. हमें पता है आपको क्या चाहिए. अपनी पसंद का कंटेंट ओनली ऑन डेली हंट. रखो अपने एरिया की खबर. लोकल अपडेट्स ओनली ऑन डेली हंट.
Welcome back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol. We are here at the Durbar Hall at Diggi Palace. It's our pleasure to bring to you the curious incident of the author who couldn't be categorized, Mark Haddon, in conversation with Sandip Roy. Celebrated author, poet and artist Mark Haddon takes us on a journey through his literary career, which includes the curious incident of the dog in the nighttime, the short story collection, The Pier Falls, and his latest novel, The Porpoise. In conversation with author and broadcaster Sandip Roy, he talks about the inspirations and ethos that guides his pen. Mark Haddon is the author of 4 novels, including The Porpoise and The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime. He's also written a collection of short stories, The Pier Falls, a collection of poetry, a stage play, TV screenplays, and numerous books for children. Sandip Roy is an author, radio broadcaster, and columnist based in Kolkata. He hosts The Sandip Roy Show on Audio Express. His award-winning first novel is Don't Let Him Know. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section below. Ladies and gentlemen, the curious incident of the author who couldn't be categorized, Mark Haddon, in conversation with Sandip Roy. Sandip, over to you.
Mark Haddon, welcome virtually to the Jaipur Literature Festival.
It's very good to be virtually here. Thank you.
Well, I was rereading The Curious Incident, and I couldn't help but think about, at the end, Christopher talks about this favorite dream that he has, where almost everyone catches a virus and dies. No, that's a computer virus, but you can get it from watching an infected person on television. So I must begin by asking you, what has the year of the virus been like for you?
I think, like most writers, I'd have to say that we live in a semi-locked down state anyway. So in that sense, it's not been bad. And of course, I suppose all around the world, there's a huge social gulf, isn't there? If you have a nice house, you have a garden, and you get on well with your family, it's relatively easy. What's really hard is when you don't get on well with your family and you're on the 14th floor and you don't have a garden, and then it's really hard work. So I'm aware of having been hugely lucky.
But from what I understand, a year before, you had a heart bypass. So you already had a sort of year in lockdown even before the rest of the world went into lockdown, didn't you?
It was a very peculiar kind of lockdown. I think anyone who's had major surgery will recognize this. Physically, I got better quite quickly, but my blood had been going through a machine for 4.5 hours. And I think for the next year, I suffered from what is called pump head. It's a kind of fog, which prevented me thinking clearly for a very, very long time. So by the end of that year, I was happily running 15 miles, but unable to think well enough to write.
That must have been extraordinarily scary. Could you paint?
A little. Funny enough, the whole experience was not terribly scary. I think if you have a heart attack and then you realize your body has betrayed you, it's one thing. But I knew that there was something wrong. And together with my doctor, we worked out what was wrong. And I went into hospital and it was fixed. I feel like I won that battle with the Grim Reaper, hands down.
Yeah, people will read about like this vegetarian person who runs for miles every day, and he's getting a triple heart bypass right now. People are going to be scared, even if you feel like you weren't that scared.
I think there's a lesson there. our governments try to tell us that our health is entirely in our own hands. We just have to behave properly and we will live to a ripe old age. I think we all learn as we get older and our families get older that there is much more chance involved than we assume. And at some point, you just have to accept that life happens to you and you don't have huge amounts of control over it.
No, is it true, Mark, that I've heard that you yourself don't really like to travel that much?
I have a profound fear of flying and a great love of home. You can do many things, obviously, when you travel. I love the landscapes. I love the people. I dislike the means of getting there. And particularly when it comes to literary festivals, there's a peculiar sadness to nights spent in a hotel on your own, far away from home. I know for some people it's a great relief, but for me, it's a very melancholy experience.
And then there we were in a world which itself where travel had shut down. So the rest of the world joined you in this, whether they may not have had the same love for home that you did.
But the strange upside, and I've only learned this very recently, is Zoom, which we're on now, has opened up new avenues, both for other people and for me. I was recently being the guest reader for a friend who was running creative writing classes in Sydney. It took me 30 seconds to get there and I came home afterwards and that was it. The Avon Foundation, for whom I teach often in England, they run creative writing classes. They've had to go online, so that takes away some of the experience. On the other hand, some of the people attending the courses now are either seriously ill or they have mobility issues. I know someone on a recent course was in a psychiatric hospital, but able to take part in the course. And I thought that was rather fantastic.
Yeah.
And I know that I've been in touch with other authors with whom I'd never been in contact before. Beforehand, you would have had to take the risk of saying, can we go out for lunch together to see if we like one another? That's quite a big risk in terms of time and emotion. Now you can say, do you fancy talking for an hour on Zoom? And it works or it doesn't work. And I've made friendships that way, in a way that I never expected at the beginning of the pandemic.
And if it doesn't work with Zoom, you can always say, oh my God, I'm having connectivity issues and sign off.
And it's only ever an hour of your time and it's easy.
But speaking of travel and journeys, Porpoise, your latest book, is a story of great journeys, both across physical journeys across oceans and journeys across time, because part of it is set in contemporary times, part in the times of Pericles, the great hero, and the great adventurer. I don't know if he's a hero at the end of the book, and in the time of Shakespeare and stuff. So this in a way is a huge departure from the small town focus of some of your earlier books, where even getting to London, in the case of The Curious Incident, was a huge adventure for people. So was this a big leap of faith for you?
There was an intermediate stage, which is my collection of short stories called
where you even go to Mars. So yes.
Yes. And my wonderful agent, Claire Alexander, said when she read that collection of short stories that, Mark, you used to write novels in which almost nothing happened. Now you seem to have written a collection of short stories in which almost everything happens. And that for me was in part a reaction to, I would guess, the most common idiom of short story, particularly in the UK and America, in the last 50 years, I guess, quite Cauvery-esque, quite minimal, quite modest and melancholic. I was, to be honest, quite tired with that. I wanted to do big short stories, a little more like 19th century short stories, in which there was no sense of limitation whatsoever. Having done that, I wanted to go bigger. I was also very, very tired of reading novels about people like me. There have been too many people like me in books. Let's use that space for something different. So something else occurred to me only as I was doing it, that the novel is a vehicle which can go to so many places. It's extremely powerful. It has many, many levers and dials. So why not take it to those places? Why not stretch it to its limit? And I think the novel was in part a celebration of some of the things you can do with the novel.
That reminds me, actually, you said something about, like, until now, what was it that it's like you had the Millennium Falcon at your disposal and you were just going to Sainsbury's, the supermarket.
That's right, yes. I mean, the novel is the Millennium Falcon. The novel is a spaceship. It can travel any distance through time, through cultures, through countries, through planets. And I read some novels when I think, there are some wonderful, finely honed, deeply satisfying, minimalistic novels. But there are also many novels in which I think you have wasted opportunities here. I didn't want to waste opportunities.
You said you were tired of reading novels about people like you, but do you think there's an ever increasing danger where people say, you only get to write novels about people like you? How dare you co-opt my story?
It's interesting when you talk to young people. I've done some events with young people. This question comes up a lot. I mean, it's a really live issue for lots of people. And in the last event I did, I think this image came to me, which I've used ever since. I was talking to a group of young doctors, and I was asked this question by a young trans woman who wanted to know whether I would rewrite Curious Incident differently this time around. I said, I think what you're really asking me is whether I'm one of those writers who, as you said, thinks there's a secret set of rules forbidding them from writing certain things. The way it seems to me is this: there's a spectrum. At one end of that spectrum, there are trans men and women and non-binary people and people of color. I would never write a first-person narrative in their voice. That would seem a kind of theft of stories which belong to them. And at the other end of the spectrum, for me, for example, there are women's voices. I often write from the point of view of women, and I think that every male novelist should be forced to write from the point of view of a woman every now and then as a kind of boot camp to make sure they've got sufficient empathy muscles. And in between those two ends of the spectrum are many other kind of points of view. There might be someone with autism, someone with schizophrenia, someone with depression, someone who's gay, for example, and we can argue about put it this way, there is no fixed place for those things on the spectrum. It's all about how you do it. There are no rules. The only people who think they're rules are the people who feel they're the victims of cancel culture. I think for the rest of us, we know that when we read one of the novels which sits in the middle of that spectrum, it feels right or it doesn't feel right. And I have read many books and I just felt this has the wrong feel to it. There's not enough empathy here. There's not enough, you don't have the ability to put yourself in these people's shoes. And it's very, very hard to articulate why that is sometimes. But I think most writers would agree that, yes, you read it and does it work for you or does it not?
Well, you mentioned empathy several times, and this has come up often where people have commended your writing about the wonderful empathy you show your characters. In Porpoise, for example, when you have a character like Philippe, who is in some ways this monstrous, rich tycoon who is, it's not even a case of, as you say, it's not really a case of incest. He is raping his young daughter whom he has captive, but at the same time, he obviously feels that, feels it's great. She's the most precious thing ever for him. And he probably really thinks that he is protecting her from the world out there. Is it hard for you then to get into feel empathy for that character?
There are several answers. One literal answer is that I do quite a lot of voluntary work, and I talk to I talk to people on both sides of that relationship. So I have, I know a little bit about the situation. Also, as a writer, it's not just that I want to feel empathy for certain people, but certain people in certain difficult situations become particularly interesting. And that situation of how does an abuser justify themselves seems particularly pertinent now. I mean, it occurs to me almost every week. We discover it's almost always a man in some position of power has abused that power sexually, most often with women, sometimes with men. It's really easy to dismiss them and say those people are monsters about whom we should not think. But I think part of preventing that happening again, making that less frequent in our society, we have to understand why it happens. How do these people do these things and justify it to themselves? And every time I hear someone dismissed as evil, I wonder to myself, what's their story? At root, the monsters are not greatly different from the rest of us. How did they end up in that position where they commit monstrous acts? What do we still have in common? And as a writer, that fascinates me.
And in Porpoise, that story is in a way a contemporary retelling of the story of Pericles, whose story begins with where he's confronted with this riddle about a king and a princess, where he figures out the answer is incest, and for that he's chased around the world. A lot of us read these stories from Greek myths as children. We read them as adventure stories. When you read it as an adult, and did it speak to you differently?
I didn't read them as a child, to be honest. I grew up in a house that it had books in it, but it wasn't very bookish. It certainly wasn't very literary. I think I was the first person to go to university. And as a child, what obsessed me was science. Science was the way I found a route to a bigger world beyond the one that I was experiencing. So in a way, I only came to those stories belatedly. I didn't come to them a second time. I came to them a first time.
So did you come to it through Shakespeare?
I came to it because I went to school and I was taught Latin and Greek under duress, hated them, forgot them. And I taught them to myself again later on. In fact, the exam one would sit at 18, the A level. I retaught myself classical Greek at the age of 30, I think, and sat the exam in a gymnasium full of schoolgirls, all of whom were 18, and got my A level. And learning it for myself was an interesting education experience. It's so much easier when you want to learn something. It takes about a tenth of the effort. We put so much effort in school into not learning, but it gave me access to text, which I'd only read in translation. And that was thrilling. I mean, I couldn't read them fluently, but I could now read them well enough to get a sort of a smell of the original. And particularly when it comes to, we're talking about the violence, the misogyny, the nastiness in some of these texts. One, yes, it's interesting to read the versions that are not Bowdlerized, but also the terrible things in those texts often have a patina of antiquity over them, don't they? I mean, the most famous example is Ovid's Metamorphoses. It is a catalogue of rapes. I mean, just to be blunt about it, it's all rapes. But we don't see that, or at least we have to be reminded of that. We have to be reminded to pull the patina back. I mean, for me, the most obvious answer to help people understand that is to send them round an art gallery and to remind them they're looking at naked women on every wall, but they don't look like naked women. As long as it's an oil painting with a heavy ornate gold frame around it, it looks like something else, which is not quite a naked woman. And I think the job of a lot of writing is to sort of shoehorn us out of those presumptions so that we can see the world with a few layers peeled off for what it is.
Well, tell us about, one of the reasons where you chose this, one of the plays of Shakespeare, which is less known to many people, Pericles, and why, because some of the things you are just talking about is what you wanted to illustrate in there, where there's a line, in fact, in the novel where you say to discover that the sex too weak to have dominion in the physical world are possessed of demonic powers in the other world is hard to bear.
So, a potted version. I had been toying with the idea of adapting a Shakespeare play into prose for some time. Quite a few other authors had done something similar. Howard Jacobson, Jeanette Winterson, they'd all done work in that series. I didn't quite have the chutzpah to take on one of the major plays, so I put it to the back of my mind. Then two things happened. I reread Pericles, which is a late play of which Shakespeare only wrote half. The other half was written by a playwright, brothel keeper, and abuser of women called George Wilkins. And it's not a terribly good play. It also contains a device at the beginning which seemed to me sort of profoundly immoral. This young woman is being abused by her father, a king. He needs to marry her off. He can't marry her off because her husband will find out what's been happening. But if he doesn't marry her off, people will wonder why. So he sets the suitors a riddle. If they fail the riddle, they get their heads chopped off. Pericles solves the riddle, but the riddle is a revelation of what the relationship is between father and daughter. He is then disgusted by this woman he was planning to marry and runs away. And the play in Shakespeare's hands is basically his running away round the Mediterranean, having adventures. This poor woman, this princess, is given no name, 2 lines, and she appears in one scene, and then we hear later in the play via a messenger that she and her father have been killed by lightning in a chariot by God in vengeance for their equally shared moral transgressions. I thought I would like to rewrite this play in prose, not as a sort of slavish version, but as an argument with Shakespeare over his abuse of this already abused woman. Although in Shakespeare's defense, I should say that most critics agree that he wrote the second half of the play, and the first half of the play was written by George Wilkins, a truly terrible man in many ways.
But is there a danger in a writer writing to write a wrong? That sounds like a terrible tongue twister, I'm sorry. Is there a danger in a writer writing to right a wrong?
Yes, there is a danger in any writer having, as it were, a campaigning purpose in a book. As readers, we can really tell when an author is trying to change our mind about something. I would avoid that like the plague. But I'm also reassured that if you have a worldview, and I think my worldview is, I think empathy is probably the principle that underlies it. It's hard to read my books without, as it were, getting that message, if we want to call it a message. On the other hand, I find it hard to write without some imperative, often a moral imperative. I feel that a story needs to be written on some level. I sometimes don't understand that need until I'm writing it. But with The Porpoise, I had that need up front. I thought, here is a character who has been used in a play, but has a story of their own to tell, but wasn't allowed to tell it. My job is to tell that story. So yes, I was writing a wrong, but it was a wrong on paper. And it gave me, as it were, the fuel to complete that book.
There's Fred Wilson, the artist, has written about, he used to do this project where he'd have these paintings where you would see white people in the foreground and there would be slaves in the background, and nobody ever talked to a slave. And he concocted this whole story where he would have these docent-led tour through the houses where the docents would make up these stories about the African Americans in the background for the people. And at the end of it, people would realize that the stories were completely made up. And it was astonishing to see how many people were actually really angry about the fact that these, they felt like in a way they had been cheated in telling these stories. So it goes back to what you were saying about you see the naked women, but you don't think of them as naked women, because you're trained to see these works of art in certain ways.
Yep, that's true. And that's one of the ways in which people's history is taken from them, isn't it? Not just, as it were, that the victors write the history, but that becomes the definition of history. What is set down very objectively in books and inscribed on stone, so that they can turn around and say to other people, if all you have is an oral history, if all you have is stories that we have to reconstruct, that's not real history, is it? It becomes a sort of a double erasure of those people's history.
Now, speaking of empathy, though, Mark, when you wrote Curious Incident, so Christopher, who is autistic, he cannot empathize with others. He takes everything very literally. How was it for you to try to put yourself in the shoes of someone who cannot put himself into other people's shoes?
Oh, there are many ways of answering that question. One is that it is surprisingly easy to put yourself in the shoes of someone who has no empathy, because empathy can be hard work sometimes. And to put yourself in those shoes gives you a little holiday, a holiday from thinking too hard about other people. And in a way, it's quite a relief to be in those shoes. A second answer would be to say that Christopher is not that different from many of us. I mean, all the maths and science comes from me as a teenager. In fact, every single one of his quirks, traits, behaviors, beliefs, I borrowed from someone I know, none of whom would think of themselves as having any kind of disability. So I know lots of people who need certain sort of numbers to fall right on a certain day to feel confident about doing certain things, people who can't have different types of food touching, people who are obsessed with different colors. And I think everyone who reads the book will say of Christopher, oh yes, that's me, or that's me. Descriptions of the book suggest he's an alien. He's not. He has something in common with absolutely everyone. What did make it reasonably straightforward with Christopher is that I could sit down and say, what are the principles by which he runs his life? And I could, there's sort of 5 or 6 principles that anyone can see if they read the book, as it were. But only as I was doing that did it sort of occur to me that we all run our lives in that fashion. We have some very, very strict rules. I mean, the one I use, for example, is about personal space. Depending on who you are and where you are and what you're doing, if you get someone's personal space slightly wrong, it becomes extremely uncomfortable. When I think of the Tube in London, you're allowed to press against another human being as long as it's back to back. You're not allowed to do that facing someone. You can do it to the side. And in every position, there's a little bubble we carry around us, and we know instantly if someone's crossed that line. And I think there are rules like that which cover every single aspect of our life. But because we don't see them as rules, we just think that's the way life is. There's still rules, and they're still as rigid as Christopher's rules.
Yeah, and in some ways, you're right. When I reread the book, I felt like Christopher is really more than the autism and stuff. He's more like a math nerd who is, rather than a detective whose job it is to put themselves in someone else's shoes all the time, he is more like this math nerd who can't rest easy if things are not adding up correctly in the way he feels they should be.
A good friend of mine who is a professor of computing and a very, very good mathematician, he read the novel, and I said to him, because a lot of people had asked me this question, is it a happy or a sad ending? And he said, oh, I think it's quite happy. He'll go on to get a reasonable job at a red brick university in a department like mine, and he won't be that different from many of his colleagues. The other thing I often say about the maths to people is he's often described as a maths genius. And I have to say, he only looks like that to people who don't know maths. a mathematician reading the book will just say, oh, he's quite good at maths. But mathematics is one of those language which looks absolutely impenetrable to someone who doesn't understand it. In fact, I was pretty much as good as Christopher at maths, and I took my maths A-level and then further maths A-level very, very early. But in truth, I'm not that good at maths. I was planning to do maths at university until I luckily changed to English. And the truth is I was nowhere near good enough to do maths at university. So you're absolutely right. Christopher's a maths nerd with many of the things that implies, but he's not a maths genius.
As an author, obviously, you know, you want the kind of success that a book like Curious Incident brings. But did that also ever get to you? You know, recently I was reading about after Christopher Plummer died, and I was reading one of his obituaries. He complained that The Sound of Music was like this albatross he kept that kept following him around everywhere. Did you ever feel like that?
No, in fact, when it initially started, it was a very, very odd experience. I found it a little scary. The image I've often used is that as a child, well, certainly and I'm sure this is quite common, I had a dream of flying. And for example, it was a flying car. I think, wouldn't it be wonderful if your car flew, you know, like in Harry Potter? But if you're driving along the motorway and your car takes off, you don't think, this is great, my car is flying. You think to yourself, oh dear God, what's happening? I'm going to die. How do I control this thing? And when Curious Incident, as it were, took off, yes, it's what all authors dream of, but it was a case of, oh my God, how do I control this thing? I spent a long time on the treadmill talking about Curious, traveling to places, doing many interviews. And then I realized I had to get off, but I just had to stop doing it. It was a gold-plated ball and chain. And I knew I had to put it to one side. I think we all know novelists who have had a huge success with one work, both for adults or for children. They have made it their profession to be the person who wrote that and engage in all the sort of subsidiary jobs it makes available. I refused all of those jobs.
You don't want to be you don't want to go to Las Vegas and do the beat.
No, or I didn't want to, you know, I didn't want to write the stage play. I left that up to someone else completely, and then just turned up on first night. And in fact, about 7 years ago, I took a vow that I would never do an event which was centered on Curious Incident. And that was difficult saying to people, because lots of people asked me, and I would say, it took over my life, and I need light and space inside my head to think of other things. And once I took that vow, I felt that light and space enter my head again.
Did you feel that light and space when you published a book of poems after Curious Incident?
To some extent, but I was still on the treadmill. I hadn't quite managed to get myself off the treadmill by then.
And but you also thought it was unadaptable. So were you surprised at how it turned out on stage?
I was surprised that Simon Stevens, who did the adaptation, thought he could do it. But once he'd begun it and talked a bit about it, I realized that he could do it. It was also a huge education for me in terms of the difference between writing for the stage and writing a novel, which I'd never really understood before. Several things Simon would always say. Simon would always say, remember the spelling of playwright. It's not W-R-I-T-E, it's W-R-I-G-H-T. It's like wheelwright or shipwright. You know, the shipwright doesn't make it all. The shipwright builds a hull that floats and puts some superstructure on top. Then they give it to someone else to add everything else. He said, that's my job as a playwright. I just make the words work and then I hand it over to someone else. Me, I couldn't do that. You know, I like the benign fascism of the page. I like to be in charge of absolutely everything. I also realized that, and Simon always looks at drama this way, and it's true of stage and it's true of film. You must feel that the whole work and indeed each scene is like a sporting match. It's like football, boxing, whatever. It has to involve at least two people who have conflicting desires and aims and ambitions. And that scene is trying to get their own way, however subtle, even if it's Chekhov or Beckett, that is happening under the surface. And if it doesn't happen, the tension falls flat immediately. If you're a good writer of prose, however, you can describe the weather for 5 pages. I mean, you have to be very good to do that, but you don't need the same kind of friction.
Well, you are, I mean, anybody reading even Porpoise, the beginning, like the first thing, you feel the tension immensely because you even announce this character is going to die. And still, you, as a reader, you're on tenterhooks waiting for this character to die. And while reading, I was thinking, you know, maybe obviously these things are not so connected, but you're a vegetarian. And I have to say, you are not squeamish at all about blood and gore. I mean, there's a dog dying on the first page of Curious Incidents. This actress dies. Death opens Porpoise. In your short stories, in the first story, 60-something people die. Somebody's fingers gets chopped off. A shotgun blows up someone's chest. Where does your fascination for blood and gore come from?
I think a part of me is still a 12-year-old boy, so, you know, I still enjoy it on a sort of simple, visceral level. But more seriously, I think I had a revelation a number of years ago that one of these false distinctions we have between literary and genre novels is that there is a certain kind of nice middle-class person who will read a crime novel and expect a high level of blood, gore, violence, and abuse. And that is entirely acceptable. Then when we step back across the border to literature, there's a kind of niceness about it. We turn away from those things. I mean, a really good example would be a short story which caused a stir some years ago by Hilary Mantel called The Assassination of Margaret Thatcher, which deals with everything up to the moment when this IRA terrorist fires a shot out of a window of a nearby flat. And I thought to myself, that is exactly how literature works, isn't it? You stop just before the interesting bit. If I was going to write that story, I'd say, why waste it? We have Margaret Thatcher being shot. That is a glorious scene, is it not? Why turn away? So in terms of sort of a structural tactic, you know, go for the drama. Why not? It engages readers, it entertains readers. On a moral level, and this goes back again to I talked earlier about doing voluntary work with people in some very, very difficult situations. We all know people, and maybe we've been in that state in our own lives, when we have to face some fairly monstrous and difficult things, death, disease, abuse. Our instinct is to turn away. But I've learned over the years, talking to people who've been in those situations, turning away never helps. But actually looking at the monster itself always reduces it somewhat, however terrible that situation is. I mean, I've had friends who are dying, and accepting that fact, looking at death, talking about death, always reduces the fear of dying. And I think so, yes, on the one hand it's a sort of just a technique to hold the reader's attention and entertain, but I think there's a real moral purpose there as well. Let's not turn away from the difficult things, the hard experiences of being human.
Well, since you're speaking of death and we're almost out of time, I'm going to try my technical prowess and play a little clip for you, and I want you to hear it, and then I'll tell you why I'm playing it.
মেঘ বরণ তুজ মেঘ জটাজুত রক্ত কমল ধর রক্ত অধর পুত তাপ বিমোচন করুণা কোদ তব মৃত্যু অমৃত করে দান তুহু মম শ্যাম সমান.
I don't know if you recognize this. This is actually my mother, and she's reciting a poem. And she's reciting it from memory because I told her in your story about the astronauts dying in Mars.
Yeah.
When they are dying, one of the characters reads these lines from a Tagore poem.
Yes.
And, which is written by Tagore when he's 16 years old, about embracing death like a lover, about like how you can accept death. And my mother had danced to this over 60 years ago. And as soon as I said, do you remember that? She said, of course I do, and rattled off the lines. And I was wondering, where did those lines come? How did you encounter those lines from Tagore?
Indirectly. I have a friend who was a great fan of Tagore's work, and I think we've been talking about it, and that must have come up in conversation, so I looked it up. And this is going to seem very shallow now, but it's true of many things that go into the 4% other books. Everyone has a very small store of things which are hugely important to them, and you could spend all of those in one novel, couldn't you? What I do now is I find myself traveling the world of ideas, of stories, of experiences. And whenever something has a deep rightness to it, I just sort of tuck it into my back pocket, as it were. And I know I can use it at some point. And I tucked that lyric into my back pocket, and I thought it has enormous magnetism, enormous power. I will just plunder it purely for my own purposes. I wish there was some grander scheme at work, but novelists are tricksters, aren't they? We're trying to give you the impression that there's this superb construction, but it's all smoke and mirrors. But as long as the smoke and mirrors move you, then I think we've won.
I can't think of a better note to end this conversation on, Mark. So thank you so much for spending this time with us.
And thank you very much indeed. That was really enjoyable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark Haddon. Thank you, Sandip Roy, for that wonderful conversation. Truly. Thank our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching. Do remember, you can also watch the sessions on the front lawn. Please stay logged on, and do remember to buy your book on Amazon, and of course, browse through our wonderful Artisans Collective at Earth Fables. As you're aware, all of us have been critically impacted in the cultural sector, and we depend on you to help us. Please do contribute by pressing the contribute button. Please also tweet using the hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, and our handle is at Jaipur Litfest. Till then, stay safe. Remember, we're all protected, ourselves and Dettol.
समझ अपनी भाषा में ही आता है, कंटेंट आपकी भाषा में ओनली ऑन डेली हंट। हमें पता है आपको क्या चाहिए, अपनी पसंद का कंटेंट ओनली ऑन डेली हंट। रखो अपने एरिया की खबर, लोकल अपडेट्स ओनली ऑन डेली हंट।
Hello, I'm Dr. Deborah Russell. I'm a lecturer in 18th century literature at the University of York. I'm very excited to be part of a project that will produce the first full scholarly edition of the works of the great 18th century Gothic novelist Anne Radcliffe for Cambridge University Press. So what I'm going to read for you now is a passage from Radcliffe's first novel, The Castles of Athlone and Dunbayne, published in 1789, which is the text that I'll be editing for that project. So in this scene, the hero Osbert, Earl of Athlone, is looking for his friend, Alan. Alan was nowhere to be found. The Earl went himself in quest of him, but without success. As he returned from the terrace, chagrined and disappointed, he observed two persons cross the platform at some distance before him, and he could perceive by the dim moonlight which fell upon the spot that they were not of the castle. He called to them. No answer was returned, but at the sound of his voice they quickened their pace and almost instantly disappeared in the darkness of the ramparts. Surprised at this phenomenon, the Earl followed with hasty steps, and endeavoured to pursue the way they had taken. He walked on silently, but there was no sound to direct his steps. When he came to the extremity of the rampart, which formed the north angle of the castle, he stopped to examine the spot and to listen if anything was stirring. No person was to be seen, and all was hushed. After he had stood some time surveying the rampart, he heard the low, restrained voice of a person unknown, but the distance prevented his distinguishing the subject of the conversation. The voice seemed to approach the place where he stood. He drew his sword and watched in silence their motions. They continued to advance till, suddenly stopping, they turned. The Earl could discover by the vehemence of their gesture and the caution of their steps that they were upon some design dangerous to the peace of the castle. They turned again towards the place where the Earl still remained. The shade of a high turret concealed him from their view, and they continued to approach till they arrived within a short space of him, when they turned through a ruined archway of the castle and were lost in the dark recesses of the pile. Astonished at what he had seen, Osbert hastened to the castle, whence he dispatched some of his people in search of the unknown fugitives. He accompanied some of his domestics to the spot where they had last disappeared. They entered the archway, which led to a decayed part of the castle. They followed over broken pavement the remains of a passage which was closed by a low, obscure door, almost concealed from sight by the thick ivy which overshadowed it. On opening this door, they descended a flight of steps which led under the castle, so extremely narrow and broken as to make the descent both difficult and dangerous. The powerful damps of long pent-up vapours extinguished their light, and the Earl and his attendants were compelled to remain in utter darkness. A short breathing was distinctly heard at intervals near the place where they stood. The servants shook with fear. They remained entirely silent, listening its return, when a sound of footsteps slowly stealing through the vault startled them. The Earl demanded who passed. He was answered only by the deep echoes of his voice.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world.
With everybody locked down in their homes, in their countries, the Jaipur Literature Festival saw this as an opportunity to reinvent, to reimagine and represent itself in a digital format.
And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers, there's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
With people happy to experience festivals in the comfort of their homes, we will offer that to you. And to all those who will come out and experience the live version on the ground in the Diggi Palace, in the Diggi in Jaipur, we will be delighted to welcome you there.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. "13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world.
With everybody locked down in their homes, in their countries, the Jaipur Literature Festival saw this as an opportunity to reinvent, to reimagine and represent itself in a digital format.
And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
With people happy to experience festivals in the comfort of their homes, we will offer that to you. And to all those who will come out and experience the live version on the ground in the Diggi Palace, in the Diggi in Jaipur, we will be delighted to welcome you there.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version. "13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी
गिला में धोबती थे तो घरा बदन रो पीर हो रे बदाई मैं क्या देवूं तो पर पली पली जमारू जीव केसरिया परम अवनी पधारो हरे